19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kenneka, what was going to happen to Kenneka. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Kenneka Jenkins, the devil is in the detail. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, the devil is in the details. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I had a revelation on this morning. I was lying in my bed and I was listening to my live. And one thing had caught me as strange as I was listening to my live, and it was a aha moment, peoples. I said it was an aha moment. It was an aha moment, peoples, because it was at that particular time that the real has been revealed to me. And no one else has ever caught it, peoples. No one else, no other YouTuber, Facebooker, Twitter, Instagrammer, or anyone has ever caught this other than Edward Joseph. And I said on this morning, peoples, I am going to come and I am going to bear witness to the people what I have found out. And so, peoples, sit back, relax, get your Ethiopian coffee, get whatever coffee that you're going to get whatever Danish that you're going to get your popcorn and everything else, because we are going to take a deep dive into this on today, peoples. I said we're going to take a deep dive into this on today. Because see, today, peoples, today, their nefarious madness will be revealed, peoples. I said their nefarious madness will be revealed. Today, peoples, we are going to show you unequivocally and undeniably, peoples, that the Crown Plaza had covered all of this madness up. The Crown Plaza has been lying to us forever and a day. And not only has the Crown Plaza has been lying to us all, peoples, but the people have been lying to us as well. And so, peoples, I'm here. I'm here. I'm back. And it's time for me to express to all of you the hilarious and nefarious madness that these people have been proclaiming. And so, peoples, Kenneka Jenkins, the devil is in the details. Peoples, on the other day, I have literally sat back and I have shown you that of what they have given us, peoples. I have shown you that of what they have given us. And I have told you many times over, peoples, that it really doesn't matter the narrative that the people give. It really doesn't matter the narrative that the people give, because at the end of the day, peoples, you got to help me to make this make sense. How is it that a young lady can come to an establishment at 1:13 and then walking into a freezer at 3:30. Almost a 2 hour or 2.5 hour time frame, peoples. And so all of these things is supposed to have taken place within a 2.5 hour period, peoples. Case in point, she's supposed to have been on the 11th floor, according to the lady who had saw TM in the lobby. She was supposed to be in Irene's live, according to Irene, Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree. She was supposed to be in TY's live, according to all of her friends and YouTubers. And she was supposed to be walking the halls of that establishment, according to the case files, the YouTubers, and the friends. But you got to help me to make this make sense, peoples, because at the end of the day, peoples, how is it that Kenneka Jenkins could have ever walked the halls of that establishment within a short period of time? Kenneka Jenkins was not omnipresent, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins did not have Houdini powers. Kenneka Jenkins could not be in two places at the same time. And according to the establishment peoples, Kenneka Jenkins was supposed to have been walking the halls of that establishment and then walked herself into a freezer and laid down and died. And so, peoples, the devil is in the details, because at the end of the day, I have been telling you for many times over that I'm only going to show you what they said. Not what I think, but what they said. And if you ever listen to any of my lives, peoples, you will understand unequivocally and undeniably that of what they said couldn't have happened, peoples. I said it couldn't have happened, peoples. And so, peoples, let's go back and let's take a retrospective look in the book. Let's go back and let's reference the case files. And when we reference the case files, peoples, there is things in the case files that we will discover that could not be absolute true, peoples. And so, peoples, if you don't mind, let me go ahead and let me share my screen, peoples. I said, let me share my screen, peoples, because we got to get into this, peoples. There are some things that I want to point out to the people. And see, once I point it out, then you will be able to understand wholeheartedly what I am trying to convey to you, peoples. Because at the end of the day, peoples, it ain't about what the YouTubers say. It ain't about what I say. It's about what they can prove. And so, peoples, I have the proof to the truth. And as I always said, peoples, the truth stands alone and it needs no help. See, peoples, the thing is, everybody who is talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case, they need to go back and they need to listen and they need to read and they need to reference the things that is being said. Did you hear what I said, peoples? I said they need to reference the various things that they are saying, peoples, because at the end of the day, peoples, at the end of the day, things is not the way that they proclaim it to be. And so, peoples, revelations has been given to Edward Joseph to showcase to the people that of what the people were saying is fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious. And so, peoples, if you don't mind, let me share my screen. We're going to go back and we're going to take a look at the book, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? I said we're going to take a look at the book, peoples. And so we're going to start off with this particular picture here, peoples. We're going to start off with this particular picture here, peoples, because see, the thing is, peoples, what was stated ain't is. Do you understand what I'm saying? What was stated ain't is. And so let's go back here, peoples. Let's go back, and let's go back to the freezer. I want you to take a look at the freezer. Is that all right, peoples? Here is the freezer, peoples. Here's the freezer. And here is within the freezer, peoples. And as you can see, peoples, with the door ajar open in the freezer, as you can see, there is a little light. This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. Everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. Everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. And see, peoples, the little light is shining, but it's not shining bright, peoples. Yes, there is a light, peoples, and the light is shining, but the light is not shining bright. And so, peoples, this right here tells me a lot. It tells me how hilarious and nefarious the Crown Plaza and the beverage manager and the detectives and the police department is. They are nefarious peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, the thing is, peoples, I want you guys to look at something. You see right here on the right side of the picture, there is a temperature gauge, peoples, as you can see. You see that right there, peoples. It's right there. It's in your face. There it is right there in your face. And it's to the right there of the picture, peoples. There it is right there. As you can see, clear as daylight. And so, peoples, that says that the freezer was on. The freezer was on, peoples. See, when Lenora had said that when they walked into the freezer, she said that the freezer was hot as hell, right? Okay. When Andrew Holmes had came and examined the freezer, Andrew Holmes said that it was hot as hell, peoples. But as you can see on the thermometer there, peoples, the thermometer had read that the freezer was on. And not only was the freezer was on, peoples, but other indicators shows that the freezer was on is, as you can see in the background here in the picture, you can see icicles forming on the condenser right there, peoples. There it is right there. It's in your face. There you see about 4 different icicles that is protruding down from the condenser, peoples. That is an indicator that the freezer was on. And that shows you, peoples, that the hilarious and nefarious establishment, BKA, the Crown Plaza, had lied, peoples, because the freezer was on at the time to when the supposed Kenneka Jenkins entered or was placed in the freezer. Do you see what I'm saying, peoples? See, it is no need to lie, peoples, because, see, the truth is going to find you out. The truth is going to find you out. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So no matter how many times that you want to twist and turn the narrative, no matter how many times you want to sit up here and you want to try to be hilarious and nefarious, because Edward Joseph, the revelation is always going to be given to him. See, peoples, I had asked God to give me revelations in this particular case. I had asked God to give me eagle eyes. I had asked God to show me that of what they were trying to cover up. And the Lord did just exactly what I had asked, peoples. And here we is, peoples. Here is the evidence. This is the proof to my truth. And this is to debunk the various things that the Crown Plaza has been saying forever in a day. Now, there it is right there, peoples. It ain't no mistaking the bacon. The evidence is right there. The freezer was on and the light was on, peoples. And the light was on at the time to when Kenneka Jenkins was placed in the freezer. Because she didn't walk in there on her own accord, peoples. No, 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 no. This young lady did not walk into a freezer and lay down and die, peoples. That is fictitious, that is hilarious, and that is nefarious, peoples. Now, I want you to take a look at the light, peoples. That is just a standard little light bulb. And that little light ain't shining so bright, peoples. Do you see what I'm saying? And that little light barely even brightens up the freezer, as you can see, peoples. You see how the light is emitting up on the condenser right here, right? That says as much light as you're going to get into that freezer, peoples. It ain't going to shine so bright, peoples. This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. Everywhere I go, I'm going to let it shine. All in my home, I'm going to let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. And I'm letting my light shine, peoples. I'm letting my light shine, peoples. And so, I'm letting my light shine, peoples. And so, as you can see right here, peoples, this little light that is shining ain't shining so bright, because it ain't nothing but a little light. And most of the reflection of the light is shining up against the condenser up there, peoples. And it's not shining as bright in the freezer. There it is right there, peoples. And that is key to what I am going to talk about on today, peoples. The devil is in the details. You see the light, and the light is on. You see the icicles, and the icicles is in the freezer on the condenser, peoples. Okay? I wanted you guys to see that, because that is evidence and that is proof to my truth, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, these are the little details that people tend to overlook whenever they are talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case. But see, peoples, I don't miss nothing. Peoples. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't miss nothing. And as you can see, peoples, here is the refrigerator part of the freezer. You see that? Now, in the refrigerator part, peoples, do you see a little light that's shining so bright? You don't. You don't see a light that is shining so bright, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, that is what I'm saying, peoples. There is no light that is shining bright. Do you see that, peoples? Okay? Y'all see that? Clear as daylight, peoples. All right? So we have this picture, and then let me call up this picture, peoples. We have this picture. Okay? So now let's call up both pictures, peoples. So we have this picture and we have this picture. You see that, right? And so what is it that you see, peoples? You see a light inside of this door right here, which is the freezer. You see that, right? This light is inside this door, which is inside this refrigerator part of this unit right here, peoples. As you can see, right? You see it's two different condensers. There is the condenser there, but then this is the condenser here, peoples. This is a refrigerated part of the freezer. You see that, right? And it's so strange, peoples, because this is so crazy to me that you will have a small refrigerated part, and then you have a door that opens up into the refrigerated part when the door opens up. So when the door opens up, it's going to take this amount of space. So that door is going to come almost to where this little box is. And so all of this space right here, nothing can be in it. Do you see what I'm saying? So what good is to have a little refrigerator when the door is going to take up a considerable amount of space when it opens up? Do you see what I'm saying? So it doesn't make no sense to have a freezer within a refrigerator. You see, when the door opens, it opens wide. And when that door opens, it's going to open to the circumference of where this oil is. So that takes away from what you can put into the refrigerator, peoples. It ain't much that you could put in there. Now let me see if I can do a diagram, if I can draw up on this, peoples. Let me see. I'm using this, and so let me see if I can be able to. Okay. So that's good. That's good. All right. So let me see if I can be able to draw something, peoples. So okay, I don't want to change none of that. I just want to be able to mark, peoples. Okay, so I got my marker pen right here, and I'm going to put it in yellow right here, highlight yellow. So as you can see right here, peoples. Oops, no. Let's clear that. Let's clear that. I want to erase that. So how do I do that? There. Okay, so now I want to make this so fine, little fine. Make it a 2-point. Okay, so as you can see, this is the door handle. Okay, I want it a little finer than that. So let me go ahead and clear this off again, peoples. All right, so now with the stroke of a pen, okay, I want it very thin. I want it very thin. So I guess this is as thin as I'm going to get it. And let's try that. Okay, so nope, that's not what I want. So let's erase that. So we're going to try this one. And let's do that. Okay, that's good. That's about as thin as I'm going to get it. All right, so let's clear all that. Okay, so peoples, as you can see, there is the door handle right there, right? And this whole thing right here is the freezer. That's the freezer door right there, as you can see, right? So this whole area is the freezer. And so when the door opens, because this is the bottom of the door, it's going to swing open. Now look at all of this space that it takes up. So you cannot put anything right there because the door has to open up, right? You see that? So that's a considerable amount of space in the refrigerator part of this double unit. You see that, right? You can't put anything right here because that door has to swing open in order to get into the freezer. And see, that door is going to swing almost close to where this little box of oil is. And so then the only open spaces that you have is just these little areas right here, peoples, inside the refrigerator. See that? And then there's more space in behind here. But here, let me clear that. And let me clear this right there. So let's do it like this. We can go back and we're going to draw the line. And we're going to do it just like that. And do it just like that. So it's more space in behind this area right here where I got the area. And all of this can be utilized for content, food, or whatever. You see what I'm saying? And you can't put it on the floor, so you got to have some type of racking in here or something. And so look at this little space, peoples, minus this little area right here. So again, why would they have a freezer packed into a cooler? Now, this is just a small area of this freezer, of this cooler right here. So now let's go and let's look at a different picture, peoples. Let's go and look at a different picture. So let's go to the Kenneka Jenkins case files right here. We're going to go to the original photos, and we're going to look and see how big of an area that particular freezer is. Is that all right, peoples? All right. So I want you guys to notice something. Look how dark it is with all of the lights out in the kitchen. See that? Look at the only light, and the only light is within the freezer, as you can see, people. You see that, right? The only light that is shining so bright is in the freezer, right? And it ain't no light that's shining so bright outside of the freezer, peoples, as you can see. You see that, right? Because both of the doors is open. And let me go ahead and let me edit this in to Designer. And then we're going to do the same thing as we did to the last photo, peoples. So let me go and get my markup tool. Let me go and bring back the thickness here. We're going to add that, and we still are going to use yellow. So now, here's the light right there. Oh, this one is a lot thinner than the other one. Okay, so I like this one even better. There's the light right there, peoples. And then here is the door that is swung open, peoples. Y'all see that, right? Because you can see the door handle right there. Okay? So there's the light. There is the door that's swung open. And then it's a little light that's on the door on the outside of the freezer. Y'all see that, right? And then here's that little knob to where they said that Kenneka could have been able to open had this door closed. Y'all see that, right? Okay, so now let's go back to the other picture, peoples. Let's go back to the other picture that I just marked up. Okay? Let's go back to the other picture right here. Let's take a look at that, peoples. Right here. Bingo to the bingo, right there. Now, this is a clearer, brighter version of this that is on the right. Okay, let me erase that. All right, there we go. Okay. Let me swing that open a little bit there. Okay, cool. Okay, so now as you can see, peoples, as you can see, this is the same freezer. You see that? But it's just a different angle. This is on the outside, and this is on the inside. This is just only showing you the outside leading into this area right here. You see that, right? And you see how the door is already open right here. As you can see, marked in yellow. This is the door. Where you see marked in yellow on this picture right here, there's the door and it's swung open. You see that, right? And so this little area where the door opens, it takes up that much space. Now look at it when there is only just a little bit of light in it. right? And you can see the light that is shining inside of the freezer, which is this picture right here, peoples. You see that right there, right? See, this is inside of the cooler, but the other picture is inside of the freezer. And the only light that is shining is inside of the freezer, as you can see. And the only other light that is shining, or that should have been shining, was this little light right here that's on the door. So as you can see, people's inside the cooler, there is no light shining inside the cooler. You see that, right? Because the thing is that when you open up the door, the light from the outside will shine inside of the cooler. I need you guys to stay with me because I am trying to tell you something here. I'm trying to show you something, peoples. As you can see, you see that, right? Okay, so now, since we got the inside of the freezer, and there's a light that is shining inside the freezer, and the door is open, because you can tell that the door is open because look at the light that shines right here. See that? And the light is reflected on the door right here. You see that, right? See the light? And it's shining up on the door right there, peoples. And then it shines right here and it shines right here. This is the door, and the door is open. And the light is only reflecting off the door right here, peoples, as you can see. You see that, right? Okay, so peoples, the light is on when the door is open, right? You can clearly see that the light is on when the door is open, peoples. You see that, right? Okay, so now let's go to the other picture, peoples. Let's go back, and let's go back to the other pictures, peoples. Let's go back to the case files. Let's go back to the original photos that they have given people. Okay, so I've already shown you that the light is on inside the door. And then there it is again, people. You can clearly see how bright the light is, right? But it ain't really that bright because look, it doesn't really illuminate the whole entire freezer. It's just only a little light that is just shining on the condenser up there. You see that, right? Okay. Now let's look at this. See that? This is another picture right here. See that? You see this right here, peoples, right? Look at the temperature gauge. Temperature gauge says that this freezer is on. So let's go ahead and let's do this in my editing thing here. I don't know what I press. Press something. Okay, let's go back to this one. All right, there we have it, peoples. Okay, so now let's go back to my markup. Let's go and bring that all the way down. And then let's go back with the yellow. And then bingo right here, peoples. Y'all see that, right? So that indicates that the freezer is on. And as you can see, the light is on, peoples. You see that? And then if you look right there, peoples, there is a light switch. You can see that right there. So let's revert back. Let's revert back. If it lets me go back. And I'm going to save as a copy. And we're going to do it like that. And we're going to put it in our downloads. Okay. So now let's go back, clear all of that, and revert back to the original picture. So let's call that up. There's the light switch right there, peoples. Okay, so let's call up that other picture that we just saved. That's DC14. And then look, there's a light switch within the cooler. See the light switch right there? Now let's go back to DC14, the picture. This is DC12, 13, 14. And then look, peoples. Bingo to the bingo. There is a light switch that is inside of the cooler that turns on that light, as you can see right there. See that? Okay, so let's go to DC. Let's go to DC. Let's go to DC 13. See, DC 13, it's too dark. You can't see the little light switch. But in DC 13, you can see the little light that is shining on the outside of the door. As you can see, y'all see that, right? Okay. So now let's go to the other pictures. See, here's DC 14. There you see the light switch right there inside of the cooler. Let's go to the other picture, peoples. As you can see, the freezer was on. You see that, right, peoples? The freezer was on. Let's go to the other picture. Now this is a crystal clear picture inside of the cooler. And then who do you see back there? You see who? Kenneka Jenkins, right? You see Kenneka Jenkins inside of the freezer. And you see the little luminous door handle that she was supposed to have been able to push in order to get out of the freezer, people. As you can see right there. You see that, right? Okay. So now, peoples, look. Look. The freezer is on, and then look above, because see, you can see Kenneka's body right there. You see her body right there. Her body is in the freezer, peoples. It's no denying that Kenneka's body is in the freezer. And then above Kenneka's body is the icicles. As you can see right there that I pointed out to you. I pointed this out to you, peoples, earlier in this live. There's the icicles right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 little icicles, right? That indicates that the freezer has been on, peoples. You cannot form icicles that quick if the freezer hasn't been on. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So this is proof to my truth that the freezer was on at the time to when Kenneka was placed in the freezer. So when Andrew Holmes and when Lenore came into the freezer and they said it was hot as hell, well, it probably been hot as hell. But the freezer was on at the time to when Kenneka was in the freezer. Why? Because there she is right there. Peoples, Kenneka Jenkins is right there. She's in the freezer. And the freezer was on because you can see the icicles right there in the freezer, peoples. Clear as daylight. It ain't no mistaken debating, peoples. It really didn't matter what Lenore, and it really didn't matter what Andrew Holmes had said, The freezer was on at the time to when Kenneka Jenkins was placed in the freezer. Peoples, there is proof to the truth right there. Kenneka was in the freezer at the time to when the freezer was on, peoples. Did you hear what I said, peoples? It ain't no mistaking the bacon. It really doesn't matter what some YouTubers and some Facebookers had said, because at the end of the day, peoples, the proof is in the pudding right there. There you see the icicles, and there you see Kenneka. And then there you see the light that is on inside of the freezer. And then there you see the thermometer on, peoples. See that? And then there is a little light that is inside of the cooler. This is the other little light. See that, peoples? So it's a little small light that shines in the cooler, and then there's a little small light that shines in the freezer. And as the indicator shows that the freezer was on at the time to when Kenneka was placed in the freezer, peoples. No mistaking the bacon, because there she is right there. There she is right there, peoples. There's no mistaking the bacon. So it is no denying, peoples, that Kenneka was inside the freezer. So when the people want to say, oh, well, you know, the freezer wasn't on, peoples, the freezer was on. Peoples, the freezer was on. It ain't no mistaking the bacon. The freezer was on, peoples. At the time to when Kenneka was placed in the freezer. Now you ask the question. You say, Edward Joseph, why is it that you labor so much upon these few little details? Well, peoples, I'm glad that you asked, because the devil is in the details. The devil is in the details, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? So peoples, what I want to do is I want to go back and I want to play I want to play the live when Andrew Holmes was trying to express to the people about the conditions of the freezer. So peoples, if you oblige me for one moment, let me go and let me share my screen, peoples. I said, let me share my screen, peoples. And so what I want to do, peoples, is I want to go back. So let me go ahead and let me share my screen, because I want to go back. So let me call up, let me call this up right here, people. So let me share my screen right here, because I definitely want to go back, people. So let me share my screen and let me share this one. Okay. So people, let's call up Andrew Holmes. Andrew Holmes, Kenneka Jenkins. All right. So we're going to go back to this particular video, peoples, when Andrew Holmes had gave this startling revelation about what he had found out in the Kenneka Jenkins case, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? Can we do that for a moment, peoples? Can we just go back for a moment and go back and listen to what Andrew Holmes had said? Because again, all of the YouTubers is pointing them out and says Andrew Holmes, activist, lied about seeing Kenneka Jenkins video. He lied, peoples. He lied. And that's the thing that you need to understand. He lied. He lied, peoples. He lied, peoples. All right, peoples. Let's go back and let's take a look at this right here, peoples. I want to go back and take a look at this right here because this seems to be the full video of when Andrew Holmes supposed to had gave this little narrative about Kenneka. Okay. So my mouse disappeared, but let's click up on that. And I'm looking for my mouse, my little thing. I don't know where it disappeared to, peoples. But we're going to do it like that. Go up here. All right, where's my little mouse? There it is right there. Okay, disappeared, but I found it. Okay, so we're going to copy this. We're going to go to a little editing software. So I'm going to bring that over. And we're going to take a little Wondershare right here. Okay, and then we're going to download this. So we're going to put that right there. And we're going to download the video. So y'all just have to give it a moment, peoples. Give it a moment. I'm downloading the video right quick. So okay, 30 more seconds, and then we will have the video, peoples, and there it is right there. All right, so we're going to open up the video this way. All right, so here, let me do something right quick here, peoples. Let me go back here. I'm going to put it right there. I'm going to download it again. Okay, so that's what I don't want right there. So here, let me do something here, peoples. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's download it again. And we're going to download it without the CC caption. Nope, it's still doing the CC caption. So okay, let me go back. Let's do it like that. And let's do it like that. I'm going to capture it just like that. All right, so here, we're going to delete all of these. Delete all of this. I'm going to delete all of this. All right, so we're going to go back and we're going to download it again. I know you can't see it. I'm just doing it behind the scenes and stuff. So I know you guys can't see it, but the video will be up in just a moment. And it's still capturing the CC thing. I don't know why that is when I just stated that I didn't want that to happen. Okay, so let's see what's going on here, peoples. Now maybe it didn't capture the CC thing. Maybe it did. Let me see. It's not supposed to. Well, let me play a video and see if it did or not. Okay, let me go through. No, it didn't. Okay, cool. It didn't. All right, so that's exactly what I wanted. It didn't do it. Okay, so let me share my screen, peoples, now. So let me put these pictures down and I'm going to share my screen. And then we're going to take a look at this. All right, so let me share my screen a different way. And we're going to take a look at this. So let me remove that. Let me share my screen, full screen. And then we're going to take a look at this video. So let me share my full screen. And the only reason why I did it like this and stuff, because I don't want the video to be playing while I'm playing back someone's video. So it's best for me to just go ahead and download it so I can have a copy for myself. So if I need to refer back to it, then I can, because, you know, people's channels can disappear real quick and things. All right, peoples, I see my peoples came into the house, so let me give a shout out. Hello, Gina, to you. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Gina to you has says, greetings, Edward and everyone. Hello, Carmelo Turner. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Carmelo Turner has says, brother Ed and everyone in the chat. And hello, Honesty. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Honesty has says, hello, Edward in chat. And all right, peoples, we're going to get into this. I want you guys to sit back and look and listen to what I am about to play, because this is good, wholesome evidence, peoples. This is good, wholesome evidence. And I want you guys to listen to what they had to say, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, the thing is, people don't listen and the people don't read. And if you don't listen, if you don't read, well, then you'll never learn anything. So I want you guys to learn something on today. Is that all right, peoples? All right. So let me go back to the video, peoples, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to see what they said. Not what I said, but what they said. Let's go.
How you doing? I'm Andrew Holmes, and I'm joined by other strong community activists that's in the city of Chicago that is concerned about what went on here.
Y'all hold on for a moment. I got to make an adjustment to the audio. So let me go to my extensions manager. And let me turn up the audio to this. Let's see if that works.
This establishment right here. And first and foremost, I did view the video, some parts of the video that I won't get into to hamper this investigation, but the important part of this is that we all was wondering and wanted to know, did anybody pull her down there? Did anybody force her down there? Was anybody on the other side in that room with her when she got down there? And the answer to that is no. She walked into that unsecured area that should have been secured with locks on there.
Okay, people. So I know I got a lot of static and stuff in the video, but that's their video. That's not mine. So let's see real quick. We're going to let's see what we can do with that real quick. Let me go to my audio director. We're going to take that video out and we're going to put it into an audio director. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and we're going to update it right quick. See if we can drown out that background noise. An update. Start. Okay. So just waiting for it to do its thing and stuff. And so, peoples, if you've been here and you've been here from the start, what I'm covering is the part of the case is when they had stated that the light was not on in the freezer. Okay, so while I'm here, I might as well just update everything. So here, let me just go ahead and update everything, you know, get it done with. Do it all at once. I'm loving this power director, peoples. I'm absolutely loving it, peoples. Oh my God, I'm loving it. And so the more that I'm learning on it, the more that you guys are going to start seeing some more creative little shorts and things. There's another thing that I want to show you guys real quick. And, when I get information, I always like to share it to everybody and stuff. So I'm going to share it with you real quick. Let me see how fast this is going to upload. Okay, so while that's doing this thing, because we got 3 more things that it needs to upload, let me go back to this and let me show you this right here. This is what's going to help me grow my channel right here. I want you guys to look at this right here. Okay, all of that was done. All right, so this right here clearly outlines a lot of things of what I have done. And it gave me reference to what I need to do. So let me go, if I can go backwards. Okay, here it is right here. Good, so everything is uploading real quick. So, oh wow, it's uploading. Okay, all right, let me update. Nope. I'm not renewing the subscription, so don't worry about that. That just ain't gonna get updated. Okay, so here, let me show you this, peoples. And so it says, thought for 3 seconds. Your channel performance and actions. It is great to see your dedication to the Kenneka Jenkins case, Edward. Your channel, Edward Joseph, has accumulated 902 subscribers and 297,116 lifetime views. Let's dive into your recent performance and identify some key actions items to help you grow. Recent performance last 30 days. Your channel saw a slight increase in views and comments from November to December, which is a positive sign. However, your daily views has fluctuated quite a bit, with some days seeing as few as 13 views. Metrics: views 2,324 in December, up from 1,537 in November. So that means that we're doing something great, peoples. The people is coming in and they're watching. Comments 14 in December, up from 6 in November. Subscribers gained 5 in December, up from 4 in November. Average view percentage 12.62 in December. Audience insight is grandpa and grandma. Your audience demographics are quite specific, which is excellent for targeting your content. Age group, a significant majority of your viewers is in the 45 to 54 range and 55 to 64 range. Gender, your audience is predominantly female. Location, the vast majority of your views come from the United States. Top performing videos last 30 days. It is interesting to note that your top performing videos in the last 30 days are older uploads, meaning that the people are loving to watch my older content. All of the videos that I did back in the day when this case was very fresh, people still love it. That's why I do my reruns, because as it shows, a lot of people love my old content. Long form, the Teresa Martin Live movie published May 31st, 2023, with 19 views and impressive 61.69 average view percentage. Shorts, Carl Nesbitt, along with his kids, were at the establishment. Revenge was in order. Carl Nesbitt, along with his kids, at the establishment. Revenge was in order. Published July 3rd, 2023, with 25 views and a very high 190.51% average view percentage. This indicates that viewers are rewatching the shorts multiple times. 190.51%. And they're watching the shorts multiple times. So this lets me know that the people wants to hear more about Carl Nesbitt and his children and TM. So I'm going to go in a little bit more up on Carl Nesbitt and his kids and TM. Action items for growth. Based upon the analysis, here are some actionable steps you can take. Double down on your niche. Your channel description clearly states your focus upon the Kenneka Jenkins case. This is a strong niche, and your audience data is confirmed that you're attracting a specific demographic interested in this topic. Continue to create content that delves deep into this case, providing the truth as your description promises. Engage your core audience. Since your audience is primarily older women in the United States, consider tailoring your content and engagement strategies to them, which is what I've been telling you guys for the longest time. You know, I can't reach everybody, but as long as I can reach somebody, you know, that's all that matters to me, because again, my content is derived uniquely for specific individuals. And not everybody will understand or come to learn to love my content. But my favorite group, my ladies, I call them. These are my ladies. You know, like Charlie has his angels. These are my angels. These are Edward Joseph angels. These are the ladies. These are the people that keep me thriving. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so this is what I've been saying all of this time. People say, I can't connect with everybody, but I can connect with specific individuals that loves to see what I do and that engages in things. And so there it is right there. Because, I mean, the analytics doesn't lie, peoples. And I've been saying this forever and a day. It says, engage your core audience. Since your audience is primarily older women in the United States, consider tailoring your content and engagement strategies to them. Community tab. Use your community tab to ask questions, share updates, and get feedback upon topics related to the Kenneka Jenkins case. Live streams. Given the nature of your content, live streams could be a powerful way to engage your audience in real-time discussions and questions and answer sessions. This could also help boost your daily views. Analyze your top performers. The Teresa Martin Lie movie. The Teresa Martin Lie movie. This video has a great average views percentage, which made it also engaging for your audience. Was it the specific details, the way that you presented the information, or a particular segment? Carl Nesbitt, along with his kids, were at the establishment. Revenge was in order. Carl Nesbitt, along with his kids, were at the establishment. Revenge was in order. The incredibly high average view percentage on this short is a huge indicator of success. What element in this short made people rewatch it? Can you replicate that success in other shorts or even long form content? Optimize for discoverability. While your niche is strong, ensuring your videos are easily found is crucial. Keywords, research relevant keywords and phrases that target your audience might be searching for related content to the Kenneka Jenkins case. Incorporate these in your titles, descriptions, and tags. Thumbnails. Create clear, compelling thumbnails that accurately represent your video content and appeal to your specific demographic. Consistency is key. Your daily view fluctuates, suggestions that consistent uploads could help stabilize and grow your viewership. Even if it's shorter, updates are shorts. Regular content keeps your audience engaged. Would you like me to research trending topics related to true crime or legal cases to help you brainstorm new video ideas? Or should we analyze one of your recent videos in more details to see how these actions can be applied? And so, I can go up in here and I can write whatever I want, and I can attach some photos, and I can ask it to do some deep thinking and whatnot. And so, as I know people's, the people wants to hear about TM. The people wants to hear about Carl Nesbitt and his kids. Do you see what I'm saying? But also the people wants to hear about Kenneka Jenkins. And so people's, this is what I do behind the scenes. I look at this good, wholesome content and stuff, and I start to formulate my lives around all of the things that this is teaching me and stuff. And I understood my demographics. It is the older women, not the younger crowd, not the older men, but the older women, the more mature, the thinkers. You see, the people with a heart. I can touch upon the heartstrings of the ladies. You see what I'm saying? And the reason why I'm able to connect with them so much so because, see, I am my mama's child. I am my mama's baby boy. I'm the baby boy. I am my mama's child. And I am spoiled rotten. And so I have a heart for the mothers. I have a heart for the ladies. And I can connect people's. That is just my forte. That is just who I am. This is just Edward Joseph in a nutshell. And so people's, this is why I'm able to do the various things that I do and stuff, because again, I can't connect with everybody, but I can connect with the people who I can connect with because I have that type of heart. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And so this is why I am able to be successful and to do what I do. And so now the analytics has spoken. You guys are going to start seeing more content. I'm going to start cutting and pasting some of the old videos so you guys don't have to sit and watch a whole 9-hour live. I'm going to cut and paste some old videos and stuff, and I'm going to make my poignant videos out of those videos so you guys can get a more concise video of what I'm trying to convey. Is that all right, peoples? You've spoken, your hearts have spoken, and I'm listening, And I am going to do exactly what you're asking me to do, peoples. Do you see what I'm saying? And so, again, this is why I am doing what I am doing now, because, again, I need to dispel the myth, peoples. When the people want to sit here and give all of these renditions about what happened to Kenneka, well, then I got some questions for the people who have to answer. And that is, how could a young lady, how? How could a young lady come to an establishment at 1:13 and end up in a freezer at 3:30? Almost a 2.5 hour window, people. And then all of these things that these YouTubers and Facebookers has been saying forever and a day, how could it had happened, peoples? Because according to the case files, that's what happened. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so if we're going to go by what the case file says, well, then we're going to go by what the case file says. And I told you many times before, peoples, I'm only going to go by what they said. Not what I think, not what you say, not what I think, not what I say. It's what they said. And so, peoples, we're going to hear what Andrew Holmes said. Is that all right, peoples? All right, peoples. I see my peoples came into the house. Hello, Deborah G. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Deborah G had says, hello, my friend, Mr. Edward in chat. All right, peoples. We're here. We're back. Let me see if I can clean up this audio real quick. Let me see if I can clean up this audio real quick. I've already updated everything and stuff. And so just trying to clean up some of this background noise, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? Just trying to clean up some of this background noise, peoples. So let me see if we can do that, peoples. So we're going to import first. Let me go to the file right here. So let me find where this is right here. And then we're going to see if we can clear up some of this background noise. Okay, so we're going to close that up. We're going to open up that. We're going to find where that file is. There it is right there. We're going to put it up on the desktop so we can easily find it. And I got multiple videos of this, so I'm going to have to clear out some of these extra videos because I got it multiple times. And I keep forgetting that, you know, I got to go and I got to look at all of this stuff. But, you know, when you're in a moment like this and stuff, you don't really think about all of that. So here, I'm going to clear a lot of these extras and just only have this one. Because that's all that I need. It's just this one. I don't need multiples. All right. So I got all of that. So there it is right there. Okay. So let me see. Import that in there. Okay, so let's go back, peoples, and let's see if we can clear up some of that background noise. So let's see. What is it that we want to do? I'm going to go to advanced. And how do I use this? I never used this before. So let's see here. Let's go with noise reduction. Okay. We're going to apply it. And then we'll see. Okay, the adjustment is complete. Click on export to output all adjustments to a new file. Okay. So let's click export. We're going to export the video. And then we're going to export it to the downloads. Then we'll see how well that works. Now, remember, the video is connected to the audio. I didn't separate the audio. I didn't want to do that. I mean, I could have, but I didn't want to go and do all of that. I wanted everything all together at one. So it's not affecting the video. It's only affecting the audio. So I want to see if we can clip some of that background noise. All right, so it is done, peoples. So now let's go down to our downloads and let's see what is it that we have.
By other strong community activists that's in the city of Chicago that is concerned about what we're doing here and this establishment right here. First and foremost, I did view the video, some parts of the video that I won't get into to hamper this investigation, but
Damn, that is pretty good. It cleared all that humming. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this back to where it was. I'm going to delete this one. So I want this to be up here and I want my recycle bin to be down here. So I'm gonna delete that one. Okay, well, this I'm gonna put back to where it once was. Okay, cool. And then I know I can clear up the video part of this. I can enhance it, but I'm not trying to go through all of that right now. So here, let me just close this out. I'm going to save that. And we're going to save this into that right there. We're going to close that. See, that's why I love these programs, people. You know, it just helps you with what you need to do. Okay, so we're going to close that. Now I think I can be able to delete that. Beautiful. Let me get rid of it. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to open up this and I'm going to go back to the files to where that was at, and I'm going to put it back in there. So I can delete this now because I don't need that no more. And then I'm going to put this back into here. So I just have to remember that all of my downloaded videos is right here. I gotta remember that. Whenever I'm doing downloaded videos, got to remember, check this first. Okay, and now let's listen to it, peoples. Now let's listen to Andrew Holmes. Let's listen to Andrew Holmes, peoples, and what Andrew Holmes had to say about the condition of the freezer. Now, right now, peoples, all I'm doing, if you've been here from the very beginning of my live and stuff, then you will clearly see what I'm doing. What I'm doing is I am showing you what they had said in the case files versus what they are saying in the interviews that they're giving live, in public, whether it be the news or whether it be a personal live that they did or whatever and stuff, because things just doesn't jive. People, see, if you're going to tell the truth, then everything that you say is going to be what you say, right? There should be some continuity to the various things that you say. See, Edward Joseph has been saying what he's been saying forever and a day for over 8 years, right? And so there's some continuity to what I've been saying. But see, the people don't listen to what I say, and then they take everything out of context. And so they only reverberate that of what they think that I said or what they think that I meant. No, peoples, you got to get a greater understanding as to what I'm trying to convey if you're ever going to try to challenge me. Don't sit here and tell me what I said, because I know what I said. You need to listen and you need to watch. And when you listen and you watch, then you'll have a greater understanding as to what I said. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? See, the reason why people misconstrue what I say and go ahead and twist my words around, because they never listen, they never watch my lives. You got to watch my lives. And I don't care if it's 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours. Watch it in segments. Watch as much as you can, stop it, and then come back and then follow it and then follow it and then follow it until you follow it to the end. Nobody ever said that you have to sit down at one seating and watch a 9-hour live. I'm not expecting you to, but I am expecting you to watch my lives and not put words in my mouth. Because once you get a greater understanding as to what I'm trying to convey, well, then you'll understand that what you are saying is hilarious and nefarious. And I'm only going by what they said because it's what they said. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And so when we go by what they said, well, then that keeps down all confusion, peoples. Because it is what they said and not what I said. Is that all right, peoples? All right, let's listen to what Andrew Holmes had said. And then after we listen to it, peoples, I'll be back. But peoples, I see my peoples that came in. Hello, Kelly Davis. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Kelly Davis says, hi, Edward and chat. All right, peoples. Let's listen to what Andrew Holmes said. Let's go.
Joined by other strong community activists that's in the city of Chicago that is concerned about what went on here and this establishment right here. First and foremost, I did view the video, some parts of the video that I won't get into to hamper this investigation, but the important part was that we all was wondering and wanted to know, did anybody pull her down there? Did anybody force her down there? Was anybody on the other side in that room with her when she got down there? And the answer to that is no. She walked into that unsecured area that should have been secured with locks on there, where she couldn't get in there. Now, I've been inside the freezer down there, and upon looking at that freezer, you can open up that door, take a half step up, turn to your left, pull the other door. This door would be closing anyway. The other door, probably when she got in there, that door closed on her too, and it was dark in there. Now, there is a knob that you can push to get out of there, but, that investigation has to go on with the Rosemont Police Department to wait on the toxicology to see what's going on with that. But as far as someone calling in her down there or leading her down there. No. She appeared inebriated, intoxicated. What was her behavior like? Well, that has to come from the toxicology to tell you what was in her system. But she appears to be impaired, but at the same time, it has to come from the toxicology report. But it still doesn't take away from that. That area should have been secured. Now, from me looking at the video, she was trying to find her way back upstairs to the lobby. And she was checking the doors, and she was checking other doors, just trying to find her way back upstairs. So, in saying that, she was walking forward where all of the video cameras caught her every movement, and I watched her as she went through the other door, and at the same time, she went through an unsecured area, which is not her fault, because if someone is staying in there with their children and the area is not secured, you catch a child going there and open up them same doors, and this can happen to them. But when the toxicology report comes out, it sends it back to another level of what was in her system. And she's not a person that drops fentanyl or these pills that they are taking, and that's not her character. But at the same time, if something was put in her cup, then it goes back to who was in this room and who may have dropped something in her cup. So that remains with the Rosemont Police Department detectives that are working this case. But from my view, no one else was back there down in the unsecured area.
Andrew, have the family?
You actually watch how the approximate amount of time of being watched and making it pretty clear there was no one else with them, right?
Well, I watched the video from the time she was in the lobby to the time that she got off the elevator. There was no one with her at that point. There was no one in the back. There's a camera inside that unsecured area, and it remotes every time a person moves or moving in there. So where the freezer's at, that's a wall. So there's no way out that way. The only way out is she has to come out the way that she was coming in. So that would justify and clear that. And they have checked those cameras at a time with a technician to make sure no one alters anything, just as Bill Jackson here and over here, Jamal, we all are on the same, not Jamal, but Jedediah, we all are on the same page in trying to secure and make sure that this doesn't happen, that the videos are not altered, and that the family get justice, and at the same time that the Facebook infight stop. Because if you're accusing this person of doing something, you're accusing that person of doing something, then what you need to do, if you got solid evidence that they did something, some foul play to this baby, you need to talk to the detectives and give that information to them. Just don't put it out there on Facebook, because if you put it out there, then be prepared to answer what you put out there. But if you put something out there, just put the facts and the truth. Because we work hard, he worked hard to try to calm the situation down, and that's just about it for some justice.
Andrew, has anybody from the family seen the surveillance video?
The mother, she will make arrangement to see this footage. I have talked to her about some of this footage, but she is aware that I've seen the footage, but at the same time, she got 1,000 things going on for her because that's her baby. And everybody is calling, everybody is talking, but she only wants to know one thing. What happened to her child? Now, if something led up to her child being impaired or something was put in her cup, then she wants to know that too. She's hurt. That's her baby. And that's all she wants to know. So she's waiting on some answers. And she will be looking at the video.
Did you talk to her, though?
Because I'm a community activist, I'm also a private investigator. I also work with all police agencies, just as well as these gentlemen here, too. And the same reason they're out here is one of the demand action to make sure that the video is put out. The video is shown not only to the family, but also to the public, and everybody can just let the chips fall where they lay if anything wrong happens. So, just as you see, the gentleman, my buddy right here, has demanded the Laquan McDonough video, in which he was successful. Same thing, same pace. Just want justice served, and the mother, it ain't gonna go nowhere. She's gonna be hurting the rest of her life. But at the same time, she just want to know what happened.
And a technical issue. The mother was aware that you had looked at the video. Can you explain that again?
Yeah, I called the mother and let her know that I have seen this video. I gave her bits and pieces about it, and she's going to be looking at the video too at the same time. The main thing is to make sure that family, that mother, see the last steps of her daughter from A to Z without anything being altered. And that's what we wanted. Jet and I wanted. We don't want it. Just we don't want to go into this video was altered or anything. So, but my judgment is still intact.
Andrew, you mentioned two doors connected to the freezer. Are you saying there were double doors leading into the freeze?
You got a big freezer right here, and you got a door. When you open up that door to that freezer, you got another freezer inside of there, which is a half a step to your left. You pull that door, when you let go of this door, that door closes behind you. And you step into that one, then that one closes.
That's where she was found.
She was found inside of that one.
Did I hear you describe earlier on a Facebook Live video that you actually had the chance to go in that freezer?
Yeah, I went in the freezer.
So can you describe, first of all, how did you get access to that freezer and what it was like?
Well, we walked in the freezer. They walked me down. I walked her whole steps, and I walked to that freezer, opened up the door. That freezer door closed. Opened up the other door. That freezer door closed, and it was hot as hell in both of them freezers, and dark as hell in the freezers too. And there is a safety knob, like you asked that about a knob or something, but you can touch it, and that door would come open. So what I did, and I asked them to, in the investigation, is make sure you took pictures and recorded that door was working properly. But besides that, you know, it was an uncaused accident that should have never happened, and the doors should have been secured and locked, because if she had hit that door right there, she'd have turned around and went back the other way, because she was trying to get indoors while she was trying to find a way to get out. I believe she was trying to get back upstairs to her friends.
Is your understanding that the freezer was on or off?
That information, I don't know. That had to come out in the report. I do know when I went in there yesterday, that freezer was hot as hell. So it gives me the understanding that it wasn't working, and at the same time, that area where she was at, it's not even being used anyway.
Andrew, how did the family die about later?
Well, you know what? That still has to be determined, because I can't say she didn't die of foul play, because see, when the toxicology report comes out and there's something in her system that shouldn't have been in her system that may have been slipped in there, then you got a criminal case right there. So that would also lead up to that too.
So they're holding off.
They're holding off everything. This is not just a closed, you know, just because of this with the family. It's not closed. It's way far from being closed. This is an open investigation. Still with the medical examiner's office, still with the toxicology, and you know, it's still an investigation with the Rosemont police, and I can guarantee it's still an investigation with these gentlemen here, because they're not going to stop. I'm not going to stop just till this case is completely closed and the mother is satisfied.
Is there a timestamp or anything like that on it? You know approximately what time it was that when we Saturday morning went in there?
No, but they have all of that on their reports and everything.
It's like according to hotel, there was like 40 hours or 36 hours of videotape. That's like,
Well, there was a big gap in between there, and I say this, that let the chips fall where it lay. If you got a security camera and you see somebody in an unsecured area, and if you're monitoring your station and monitor that monitor, then where were you at when she walked through there? Someone should have notified somebody to go downstairs and find out why she down there in that area. And then the gap that's between there, if indeed you looked at the video surveillance, and I'm talking about not the police department, the hotel's security staff, you looked at that surveillance and you seen that she was in that area when you all started looking, then why didn't you all run down there right away and go in that area and try to open up some doors, since that was the last place she was? Why should they have to take an employee to come in the next morning or two to go down there and find her? So there's a lack in the security there too.
the family we know has retained an attorney. Do you believe they may be looking at possible litigation about lack of locks on those doors?
Well, that's up to their attorney to answer that. I can't speak for the attorney which way he's going, because that's his profession, just like this is our profession right here. You know, he would have to answer those questions for you.
Do you see culpability on the part of the hotel, though?
Did I see who?
You see culpability on the part of...
Oh, yeah, they, you know, I can tell you, they in liability. I can tell you right here, without a doubt. You know, if you got an unsecured area that should have been secured, and I guarantee you, if they had locks on that door, she'd have turned around, she'd have went back this way. It's as simple as that. So that's where the liability falls on them.
So our understanding was the family was going to come here today and watch some of the surveillance video. Have you talked to the family? What are they telling you? Are they still coming?
They're following the directions of their attorney. They're still going to come out here and view some video surveillance, but that's on the time with their attorney and her, because their mother is going through so much. I mean, she's getting call here, call there, and she's she's hurt. She just come out of a little slight surgery yesterday, so she's going through so much. So they got to give respect, and that's where I'm just like the activists here. Stop the Facebook putting this on there and that on there, and it's getting back to her. Only thing you're doing is upsetting her more. If you got something solid, I mean, you call either one of these activists, give it to them, and let them turn it in to the detectives if you don't want to come there. And it's as simple as that. If they put stuff out there that shouldn't even be out there, you disturb. Joined by other strong community activists that's in the city of Chicago that is concerned about what went on here and this establishment right here. First and foremost, I did view the video, some parts of the video that I won't get into to hamper this investigation, but the important part was that we all was wondering and wanted to know, did anybody pull her down there? Did anybody force her down there? Was anybody on the other side in the room with her when she got down there? And the answer to that is no.
All right, people. So now you heard what Andrew Holmes had clearly stated, peoples. You heard what Andrew Holmes had clearly stated, right? He said, down there. Down there. He never said up there. He said down there. She was down there, and she tried to make her way up there. What is that indicative of, people? What is that telling you? That it's telling you Andrew Holmes had said that she was down, D-O-W-N, down there, which is indicating that Kenneka was down there, or somebody was down there. Somebody was down on the lower level, whether it be Kenneka or whether it be whoever. Somebody was down there. You see what I'm saying, people? See, he kept referencing down there. So what was down there, people? Because see, when he's referencing the freezer, people, he's referencing down there. He stated that he had talked with TM. He was able to see video footage before TM and family was able to see video footage. The lady had asked him twice, did you talk to the mother? He didn't want to answer that. He deflected. He went on to something else. Then finally he answered the question and said, yeah, I talked to the mother. But according to TM, she said that she never talked to him. And she never gave him permission to look at any video footage. Do you understand what I'm saying? So see, people, it doesn't matter what you may think. This is what was said. It's what was said, people. You can't make this stuff up because I'm showing you what they said. It's what they said, peoples. All right. Let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen. We're going to go back and we're going to see what TM had to say, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? Let's go back and see what TM had to say, peoples. Because Andrew Holmes kept saying that she gave him permission to view the camera. But TM said that she never gave him permission to view no camera. You guys hold on for a moment. All right, people, so I'm back. Let's look up Teresa Martin, Kenneka Jenkins. And let's go back, peoples, and let's listen to what TM had to say, peoples. Let's listen into what TM had to say. Now, hopefully, I can get a video of TM expressing herself. Hopefully. Okay, let's go ahead and let's call up Moni Stacks.
What's up?
So I'm trying to cook something while I am live, people. So here, let me go ahead and let me download this video. Y'all just give me one moment. All right, people, so let's listen in to Moni Stacks, Moneymakers, and Pooh Bears.
What's up, all my money makers, my honey boo bears, and my cousins, This video is for entertainment purposes only, and everything that I say in this video is all alleged. So look here, I was just going through some of our old stuff, trying to find something that I'm trying to find, and I come across this, and I'm like, need to put this back out there. But people want to hear about it, baby. So I just want y'all to see that we've been sitting here for 8 years looking for answers. When Teresa told us 11 minutes after she ran out that hotel what happened, how it went, and we should just said, okay, case closed, and packed up and went on back home and finished living our lives and not worried about this, because this is the narrative that she spent. Back then, content creators got their ass drugged in the mud if they said something about this lady. And I was one of the main ones that y'all like to talk shit about, but talk shit about this lady. And now, here we are 8 years later, and y'all seeing all these meltdowns, crash outs throughout the years, through the last weeks, right before Thanksgiving, just all kind of foolishness going on, when we should just listen to her off top and just went on about our life. Now I want y'all to sit back and listen to this video. I'm gonna try not to interrupt it a lot, unless I just need to interject with some shit that we know in the now that I can add to it. I ain't taking nothing away from it. I didn't even watch this whole video in its entirety, so midway towards the end, I have no idea what I'm saying. So we all gonna sit here and look at this together, because as I go back and watch some of my older stuff, you know, it just brings things back to memory. So let's get to the video. If you feel my mind, call me all night long. Try to give you hints in the heart. Make
y'all for y'all prayers. I just want y'all to know my baby dead. Thank y'all. I thank y'all for y'all prayers, but my fucking baby is dead. And guess what? But God. It's okay. It's okay. And for the book, for the record, no, didn't nobody do nothing to her, y'all. Didn't nobody do nothing to her. Ain't nobody do nothing to her. She was left at the party. But then nobody set up or nothing. She was found at this hotel right here.
We all know she's about to say the hospital. We all know the stories and allegations that we heard about it being ambulance and about that girl going to the hospital. It wasn't really much we could dig up to put out to give some factual tea on that. So I really didn't push the issue. I tried to just present what was presented to us, that I could show you where I got the shit from. So I just want to remind y'all, we heard all that too, you know, when the streets were streets back in the day, baby.
In a freezer. In a freezer. My baby dead. Thank y'all once again. I love y'all. Peace.
And we should have just said, all right, time to go, and just left it at that and just went the fuck on. Shouldn't even went out there trying to protest, march, or nothing. Just should have left that shit at that. Okay, now I'm finna start talking, and like I said, I'm gonna let it play. And I know I'm gonna say this in here, but it wasn't like the video that I had did before this one. But y'all notice how quiet it was. And even after she stopped talking and it was just playing for them few little seconds, you still didn't hear nobody screaming, nobody hollering, nobody nothing. Like, it was too quiet. Let's go ahead.
Also, Red Out of Space got cut off. So, if you have not seen part one, when I was talking about Risa was giving y'all her monologue. Now, I feel like, you know, this mess was scripted. And I was on the part when she was saying, my fucking baby's dead. You know, that was like scripted to me. But at the same time, this is what I don't get. I don't get how in 11 minutes this lady just solved the case. Like, she straight up, open, close, boom, it's done. You know? Now let's take this. We're gonna keep it Kenneka. So keeping it Kenneka, she said nobody did anything to her. Kenneka walked in that freezer, they found her in the freezer, she was left at the party, like nobody did nothing to her. Like, thank y'all, love y'all, peace. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sitting here like, what? In 11 minutes you figured all that out? But yet here it is, almost 3 years later, and you still sitting up here with this foolery?
Here we is 8 years later, and you still out here with this foolery?
In 11 minutes, you already done had everything worked out. What happened, honey? Like, why did it change up? Like, why did it go from nobody did anything to her? She was found here somewhere, but she said the hotel. But she was found in the freezer, you know, and nobody did anything to her. Like, nothing happened to her, y'all. She was just found in the freezer. She was just in the freezer. She just was in the freezer, chilling and shit. So then it go to like show us the tapes, the real tapes. So if nothing happened to her and no one did anything to her, then the taste would only show her walking in the freezer. Duh. I mean, like, damn.
But instead, we got footage that show all kind of rigmarole throughout the hallways, edited shit. You know, the timestamps don't match, or this timestamp they put out early on. You go back 2 weeks later, they done changed the timestamp. Now you looking like, damn. Then you go back to your old video, see you ain't tripping, man. It was all kind of fuckery going on with the videos that they put out.
It only took you 11 minutes to solve this, so now why you acting like duh?
And ain't even seen the footage at this time and had already done solved this shit in a nutshell. Ain't seen nothing. Just clearly had just ran out that hotel. Teresa, you got some explaining to do.
Like, for real. You acting like duh. Because according to Teresa, that figured all this out in 11 minutes from the time she came out of there looking at the body to the time she went live in front of the hotel, which looked like she was like across the street. We're going to go back, and I'm going to go back and do the math, and I'm going to make sure this is 11 minutes. Because like I said, I heard it through the grapevine. So
Y'all
it was like somebody, I don't know, I think it was on somebody's video. I don't know. But anyway, shout outs to whoever it was said it. So in 11 minutes, she ran out, dropped down, asked for strength, got strength, straightened herself up, got away from everybody that ran out to where it was real quiet out there, and went live and had time to figure it out that nobody did anything to her. They just left her at the party, and she went in the freezer. She was found in the freezer, like nobody did anything to her. Nothing happened to her. Boom, case closed. Like that.
And we should have walked the fuck away. Shouldn't have never got on this bullshit.
See, that's all. Nothing else to see here. That's all, folks.
All of y'all say, oh, I can't do this, I can't do that. We tried by faith. 8 days after that, another situation went on. And before then, a job, it was taken away. When I say a female virgin of Job, y'all study that. Study Job in the Bible and some of the things. The only thing, he was rich, I wasn't. So y'all gonna do whatever y'all say or feel, whatever, but guess what? I love y'all. Through it all, I still trusted God. Then here come my baby. Y'all saw me running out that hotel. And when I ran out that hotel, I can remember nothing. Only thing I could do is run and drop to my knees.
So is that why we got so much bullshit? Because you had caught amnesia or something? You couldn't remember shit? Can you remember now? Because you out here wigging out like you really got some shit to say. Can you remember now?
No, I needed some help. And I know couldn't no man, no woman, no nothing help me. I ran out that hotel and I dropped to my knees. And I told my God, but God, God, I need you. I said, because this right here is too heavy for me to carry. I said, you said you would never leave me nor forsake me. I need help. And when I told my God, but God that, God sent me angels. He sent me true warriors. See, the devil, he was once an angel himself.
But turn around and say she feel like the hotel did something.
To me, I feel like they helped my child, the police department, and this hotel.
Show me the tapes, the real tapes.
So at this point, I'm talking about what was we supposed to believe? The mother, the streets, the hotel, the activists, our own research, because this lady was giving signs of bipolar disorder. Like, she is really wishy-washy. 1 minute is this, 1 minute is that, 1 minute is they did, 1 minute is didn't nobody do nothing, 1 minute is I believe they had something to do with it, next minute, no, don't say that. Like, what it is, it ain't adding up.
You know, like, what? I don't get it. Now, she said in the 911 call that, the friends gave her 2-3 stories.
Okay, let me fix that. In the 911 call, she said that they left the girl down in the lobby. Then later, she came back and was like, they gave her another version of the story of what happened later.
Then she come back when she believed them babies. We're going to get to that. But I'm just saying, I got to, tell y'all some of the stuff that she did afterwards. Like, did she question her own PR work in them 11 minutes? Because according to her, nothing happened. So why do you need the tapes? To show you that she just walked in there? Because that's what you said. That was the narrative that you was pushing. Nothing happened.
Because if nothing happened, then that means back there in that room when you was back there all them hours, they done gave you the rundown on what they think. Did they show you something? Like, I never did figure out why you ran straight out that damn building talking that bullshit. Like, she was just left at the party. Like, what the fuck? Like, then we was just on emotions. And, as soon as we got on it, it was like sleep deprived. I don't think a lot of us was really thinking straight. We just like caught up in emotions, like this some fucked up shit. Like, what the world coming to, we just in disbelief that this kind of shit's happening. Not saying that it wasn't cases going on showing you how fucked up the world is already, but this shit right here just took everybody. I'm talking about, this was like a nationwide sweep. That's why we felt like this was some type of social experiment or some shit. And now they done activated this button again 8 years later, and here our asses go all over again with this fuck shit.
And you determined all that in 11 minutes.
And we should have walked away in 11 minutes.
That go back to that post. When I was saying, like, to me, it felt like she was being selfish. It wasn't about Kenneka. But we're going to keep it Kenneka. Because
I'm telling y'all, I've been feeling for a long time, they ain't really fuck with Kenneka for real. Like, over the 8 years, we ain't never really seen no emotion from this family pertaining to what happened to Kenneka. And then you got to ask yourself why. Did they know beforehand? Because there's a lot of shit out there that kind of gives you the sense that this happened on another date, like a week before. Then it was a lot of bullshit that made this shit seem fake and scripted.
And peoples, did you hear what she said? It just makes you feel like that this happened on a different date. It makes you feel like that it happened on a different date. Well, according to Edward Joseph, it did happen on a different date. And I've been trying to tell the people that for the longest time, but now you finally getting to see for yourself, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, now other YouTubers is finally understanding what Edward Joseph had understood for the longest time. Tim had said, when you give your life back to God and the devil overhear you talking to your daddy, quote God. You better be ready for how hard the devil will try to bring you down. 100. Father God, you said you will never forsake, nor will you never leave me. I'm asking you in Jesus' name. 2, I'm pleading the blood of Jesus that you bring my baby home in the mighty name of Jesus. And then it says, continue reading. But it says, only if Rosemont helped me find my baby. Well, see, people, I have a problem with that of what TM had wrote. Because one, you're taking the scripture out of context. You're not even quoting it the same. So you need to quote the scripture right first before you do anything, before you even reference God and stuff. Get the scriptures right. Go ahead and get your Bible out and get the scriptures right. And then understand what it means when what you say. Do you see what I'm saying, people? And then two, you can't keep calling upon God and keep referencing your madness. One or the other has to take place. Either you believe or you don't. And if you don't believe, peoples, well, then you need to stop quoting. And you need to stop calling on God, because God ain't hearing your prayers in the first place. So again, like I said, peoples, you take it for what it's worth. But again, she thinks that it could have happened on a different day. And if it didn't happen on a different day, well, then I just need you YouTubers and Facebookers and Instagrammers and all of these people to help me to make this make sense. How could it a girl come to an establishment at 1:13 and end up in a freezer at 3:30? And then Monifa, Shemaya, and Bravery is supposed to bring in TM's car home before 4 o'clock. And at 4 o'clock, Shemaya is supposed to be at the Rosemont Police Department giving testimony as to what supposedly have happened to Kenneka. Y'all help me to make that make sense. See, see, peoples, I'm doing a deep dive right now because I'm only showing you what they said. And these YouTubers had said it for the longest time. So if all of this has happened in the manner to what you said, well, then help me to make it make sense. Help me to make it make sense, because you're the one who said it. You said it. I didn't. I told you I'm only going to go by what they said. And that's exactly what I'm showing, what they said. So 2.5 hours later, the girl is in a freezer. 5 clips, and that encompassed the whole entire Kenneka Jenkins case. When in the case files, they told you they had hundreds of hours of video footage. And out of hundreds of hours of video footage, all you got was 36 hours of madness. That's it. And Andrew Holmes said it best, that in the end, peoples, there was a big gap in the video. Well, why did the big gap? Oh, people speculate, oh, well, the video had stopped because there was no movement. Peoples know the video was ongoing. The video continues to record even if nobody is in the scene. We've seen that happen in the elevator scene. Because if there was no video, well, then we couldn't have the elevator scene. But in the elevator scene, we seen the video running when nobody was in the video, but then we see the little box come off when somebody came in the video. Bingo to the bingo peoples. The same way with the halls. The halls, the video was running when nobody was in the video. But then we seen the red box come on when somebody was in the video. The video doesn't cut off peoples when nobody is in it. The video only shows the red box and it highlights when someone is in the scene. And so we saw video of the boxes going off when we clearly didn't see no one in the scene. So that's called video editing, peoples, because somebody was in the scene. The boxes just don't arbitrarily just show up by itself unless somebody was in the scene. And so whoever they edit out of that video footage, they did not want you to see that perpetrator in the video. For what reason? Well, that is called video editing, peoples. And we've seen it happen all throughout this video madness of 36 hours of madness that they have given us. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? Put it in perspective and keep it in perspective, peoples. Don't sit here and argue with me about what I'm telling you that I know, because I am showing you. If you want to argue, show us and tell us. Other than that, shh. And listen. And when you listen, you'll learn something. Let's go.
Now, when this lady's sister died, she couldn't even talk 2 seconds without breaking down. But lady, you can go 8 fucking years and ain't had no emotion behind what happened with your daughter. And then we ain't supposed to believe the shit that they were saying about you was jealous of her because them dudes wanted her. I mean, like, come on, be for real. This shit was crazy.
Because even in this live, it wasn't about Kenneka. That was about her, man.
And like I told y'all, when she made that post was hours after they supposed to been left at hotel getting it, finding out from them girls and stuff. And they was going up there trying to see if they could find her. You know what I'm saying? Because that was that morning. And so this just a few hours after they should have been out there doing the footwork. Looking, I feel like that post should have came out dumped. The first post you made was, hey, y'all, my baby missing. She was at this hotel. If y'all was at that party and know anything, please contact me. Here go my number. Attention, missing, height, weight, eye color, hair color, what she had on, who she was last with, where she was last seen. You got on there with that rigmarole that you just had put up.
Girl, it was about her and the subliminal that she was trying to give to whoever she was talking to. I told y'all, like a year or two ago, that she don't be talking to us as like people that's looking in on the case and supporters and, you know, J4Kers or whatever have you. She ain't talking to us. She talking to whoever that, you know, called the shots, who organized this. It's like she talking to like the, what can we, for lack of better words, say the elites of the Kenneka situation. You know what I'm saying? Because this live was manipulative and selfish too, just like that post.
And it set the narrative and set the tone for all the fuckery that fell behind it. Because there was some shit, looking at it now, like, you didn't even have to say. Like, why would you even say that? Like, what made you run out there and say that? Is that what you got when you got up off of your knees to your butt God? Because this shit all fucked up still is, was then, is now, probably will be for a long time until shit win. When somebody just go and put the shit out there. And then with so much of this AI shit, like, who finna believe that shit now?
You know? And here it is. She just dictated the whole thing. And what, that was like about 2 minutes. Like, boom, boom. Like, nothing happened here. Like, go ahead.
And we should have went.
So if that's how you felt after 11 minutes, then why are we here almost 3 years later with you and all these shenanigans? Because you then later came back and said things, insinuating that things happen. But here it is off the jump. And I'm saying this is what we had to go on in the beginning.
And I'm telling y'all, the ones that just coming on here, I've never heard of this case. And baby, you 8 years too late. Because all the fuckery that we went through, ain't nobody really trying to dig into that shit no more. We can tell you what we went through. That's all it is to tell. Shit, it ain't what we doing now. Because what justice would it be? Some I told you so. We figured that shit. We knew that shit. Motherfuckers get mad. And motherfuckers again, like, what are we doing here? And that's why it's still in play that this shit is a whole social experiment. Like it is a emotional experiment. I don't know what the fuck going on, but I ain't trying to get warped back in that shit in that time zone no more for another 8 years. I give y'all a couple more days or maybe a month just because I got a lot of shit to dig through to put together what I want to put together and say, fuck that shit. But it's like from day one, this lady knew. It's like on the 6th, they knew. Because when I get rich, niece, oh, they ain't got to know all that. Like, fuck you mean?
And people, didn't I say that for the longest time? On the 6th, she made a live. And she said, Janaea, I love you. Wait until I get rich and you're going to see how much I love you. It was at that time, peoples, she knew what was going to happen to Kenneka. I never said Kenneka died on the 6th. I never said that. If you ever listen to what I said Kenneka died on the 7th. I never said that she died on the 6th. A lot of YouTubers want to go and take my words and take it out of context and say, Edward Joseph said that she died on the 6th. No, he didn't. And don't put words in my mouth because I know what I said. Now, if you ever want to say what I said, just go back to my lives and play back what I said. And then you'll see what I said. But they can't do that. They only could sit here and insinuate of what I said. But I know what I said. And see, this is why I go back and I play back their lives to show you what they said. It ain't what I said. Because anything I have to reference them saying something, hey, if they made it live, I'm going to play it back. And I'm going to show you what they said. And this is what she said. Let's go.
And then I'm telling y'all the post that parentheses Lamont posted on the 6th tagging Teresa about don't do some shit you will never regret it type shit. I don't remember, but like it was some fuck shit. The ticket on the 6th, it was a lot of shit pertaining to the motherfucking 6th. That seemed like foreshadowed what happened that upcoming weekend. We went through a lot of fuckery. We went through a lot of mind-boggling moments where we had to sit here and really check ourselves like, you know better than this shit. Why are you even falling for this when this ain't even scientifically, forensically, logically correct?
So when you got people like me that side-eye her or just, keep a Kenneka, then
it's a problem.
What's the problem?
Because baby, y'all drug my ass through the mud for talking about this woman. I'm talking about every time y'all talk so much shit to me back in the day for just pointing out this same shit. These the very videos that I got my ass drug in the mud for. That shit made sense to me then. That shit still makes sense to me now. Like, what the fuck?
Dealt with this foolery. This is some of the stuff that made us look twice at her, because it would go from like, oh man, you know, this is so sad, to like, wait a minute, wait. Did she just say some 2 days ago? And now she's saying, like, you know, it's a lot of like schizophrenic and bipolar
Clock it.
symptoms in this lady. And it takes one to know one.
Clock it.
I go through all that. So like they say, real recognize real. Crazy recognize crazy.
Clock it.
Like for real. How?
And stupid recognize stupid. And nefarious recognize nefarious. And many of these people are stupid, and many of these people are nefarious, and they recognize each other. That's why they can get along so well. People say, I can't get along with everybody because I'm not stupid and I'm not nefarious. And so this is why I am a solo writer. Do you see what I'm saying? Because see, I'm not going to sit up here and I'm not going to sugarcoat shit, and I'm not going to play tiddlywink games and stuff, you know? You guys can sit up here and believe all of this bullshit and madness if you want to. You know, that's up to you. That's your prerogative. You can do that if you want to. But it's just like what the young lady had said. It comes a point in time to when you really have to assess some things and have to say to yourself, is this really plausible, and is it real? You know, I mean, just think about it for face value, peoples. Take your feelings out of it for one moment, but look at it for face value. Is it plausible, and is it real? That's what the young lady just mentioned. And some of you don't even know what reality is. And this is why you live in fantasy land, and this is why you want to try to vilify Edward Joseph for things that you don't even understand. Because you don't live in reality, you live in the matrix. You take for face value this madness of what they gave you, and then you want to run with it. And then you want to listen to all of these other YouTubers that sits behind the computer screen and vilifies TM all day long. You subject yourself to that madness 24/7, and then you have the audacity to come over to my live to try to tell me that I'm wrong. You better sit yourself down somewhere, and you better get a book and you better read it. You know, don't come to my channel with that madness. Don't come to my channel when you have to sit at the feet of a vilifier, an amplifier, a liar. I told you the devil is in the details, peoples. And for people to sit under people's feet who all the time listen to all of this browbeating and bashing of a woman who she's never met, something is wrong. Something is seriously wrong with you. Because see, the thing is, when you gravitate to that type of madness, that tells me a lot about you. And that tells me a lot about your character and what you're into. And this is why I had to take the broom and dustpan and my mop and sweep and mop my floor and clean it up. Clean it up from the flow up. Because the people was throwing up. Do you understand what I'm saying? I can't politic with people who sits under people's feet and listen to madness, and they don't show you shit. They don't show you nothing. All they sit and do is vilify a woman who is crushed. Who's crushed? I never understood that, people. So I never understood that for the likes of me. And still today, I still don't understand that. But thank you, Jesus. You got to clean up what you messed up and starting your life all over again. And so you're the one who has to clean it up, because I cleaned it up. And I ain't trying to mess it up. I messed it up at one point, peoples. I had allowed all of that madness. Not no more. Not no more. I'm sorry. Sorry. I love you with all of my heart, but you showed me who you really are. Because like I said, I don't criticize people 24/7. I don't put people down who is crushed. I don't even have commentary for that. That is a sickness in the mind, and that is a sickness in the heart. So when a person is crushed and you consistently and instantly vilifying her forever and a day, and you endorsing that madness, well, stay away from me, because that ain't nothing but the devil. And the devil is in the details, peoples. And that's the details that the devil is giving to those followers. That's why Christ had kicked them out of heaven, because they did not want to listen and they did not want to obey. But their time of judgment is coming. So sit there if you want to and continue to keep endorsing that type of madness. Stay far away from here, because I don't need you. And I definitely don't want to be you. All right, people, let's listen in to what Moni Stacks has to say. Let's go.
You can't do that. You can't sit here and tell us nothing happened and really just want us, like to go on about our business. But then you come back
should have did that though.
and say something happened. Because I was like, if Teresa say this her baby in this hallway, then I'm gonna leave it alone. This her baby in this hallway. And what really surprised me, because it was just in a matter of after I downloaded it, she had to make that public announcement. And I was like, I really felt some type of way about it. Because I was like, that came too soon. Like, I literally just said, if she say this, then I'm leaving.
And for y'all don't understand, it was like every time I post something, she'll come say something. And then it was like one time, I was like, she talking to me? Like, is she responding to what I just said? And she done this over the years. Spazzed out so hard on me one time. She tagged me, made the shit, blocked me. Cause I was on her ass doing the same thing that I'm doing now, just showing y'all how the fuck she fucked a lot of shit up for this case. Cause she didn't give a fuck, in my opinion.
And people, I did the same thing, but TM ain't never came to my live to say jack crap. She ain't never called up my name. And it's a reason why. See, TM can vilify all of these other YouTubers and stuff and things, but TM ain't never opened up her mouth up against Edward Joseph. She never did. And I was the most irate vilifier of her at that particular time. Because for 3 years, I took up for TM. I took up for her. I protected her narrative. I protected her character for 3 years when I was on Facebook. But then when I transitioned to YouTube, I got some information about her that totally changed my whole mindset about her. And then from that point on, I vilified that woman to no end. I mean, almost to the point to where, it literally made people cry how bad I got up on her. So bad. And I think because of what I did, and not to take away from Moni Stacks and all of these other people's, but again, she did subliminals with me because I knew she was talking about me. Because I was always the one who would quote some scriptures and things. And still today, she's quoting some of the same scriptures that I have quoted and things. And so I would make a post for the longest time. I didn't post up on her page, but then I made a post and she kept it up on her channel. She blocked everybody else, but she didn't block my post. And she responded right after I posted. And that post's been up there for quite some time until I made a live and I pointed that out. And then the very next day she took it down. But it's too late because I've already got it on video that my post was up on her particular channel. And it stayed up there when every other post was deleted. So that lets you know that in some ways TM agrees with me. And then in some ways she really doesn't like what I have to say. But at the end of the day, TM knows that I'm a beast. And I'm not going to stop until I figure out and find out what happened to Kenneka. And as I always said before, people, TM, what did you know? And when did you know it? So we have a love-hate relationship, but it's not really so much to the degree to where we hate each other. She just disliked some of the things that I say. But in all fairness, people, I keep it real and I keep it 100. Because CTM knows I know way more than what she thinks I know. You know, she knows that. She knows that within her heart. And that's why she would never try to poke the bear. Because she don't want me to go full-fledged out and just go buck wild crazy. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this is one of the reasons why TM ain't never mentioned Edward Joseph's name or ever came to his channel to call out him out. She came to my channel and she watched my videos all the time. You know, all of her family does. All of the girls does. Monifa, Shemaya, Burberry, Irene, all of them. You know, they watch my channel all the time. You know? And sometimes they will start to chime out too about some videos that I made and stuff. You know? But in my eyes, nobody's exempt. Nobody. But I dare TM to ever call out my name. I dare. I dared her then and I dare her now. Still today, call out my name, call out Edward Joseph, and then watch what happens. She'll never do it. She'll watch me, you know, but she'll never do it, people. Because I'm not weak. And not to say that Moni Sachs is weak, and not to say that the other YouTubers are weak. But TM knows who to F with and who not to F with. And she knows that I am just one that is the man of his word and that I don't play. And if you come and you want to come after me, well, then you best be prepared because I'm coming with both guns blazing. I'm coming. And when I come, I'm coming with a full on-out assault. And I am going to embarrass you to no end. Relentless with it. And I will crush you. Even worse than what you are being crushed right now. Y'all thought that lady was really something. Mocha latte. Mocha ain't got shit compared to Edward Joseph. Mocha can sit behind the computer screen and talk all of that shit as much as she wants to. But Mocha ain't no challenge for me. You see what I'm saying? And so, still today, people, it's after 8 years. These YouTubers ain't never came to challenge me about the Kenneka Jenkins case. They can't and they won't. Why? Because I will embarrass them to the hilt. I will embarrass them so bad to where their socks fall off their feet. Because I will only go by and show the people what they said. All right, people, let's listen in. Moni Sachs speaks. Let's go.
Like she never fuck with Kenneka for real. And that's the shit that pissed me off because, baby girl, I came out here for you and your child. I ain't know y'all know who the fuck a Kenneka was until Keela Brown ass got on there with that live. Had everybody running over here trying to look through some motherfucking glasses. I was in here minding my own business. And then for you to just be out here with this weird ass shit, that's the shit that started pissing some of us off. Like, what the fuck are you doing? It seemed like everybody else did more that never even met that girl in her life than a motherfucker that claimed they birthed her. The fuck?
No. But it came too soon. Like, that's just what I've been needing. Somebody to say, no. Because I know in 2017, when that first clip that we got of Kenneka walking in the hallway hit, I know everybody first thought was, that girl too thick. And word for word, I mean, that was my exact thoughts. I would never.
Then, after that, what we get? All these motherfucking lookalikes. 50,000 of them motherfuckers. Every time you turn around, here go a motherfucker looking like Kenneka. They calling her the wrong names. I mean, everybody was fucking up.
And see, there you have it, peoples. You know? There you have it. All the Kenneka Jenkins lookalikes and stuff. You heard what she said, right? She said that the girl that was walking the halls of that establishment was way too thick to be Kenneka. Way too thick. And I even said that. I said that for a long time, people. I said that for years. I said that couldn't be Kenneka because this girl is thick as all get down. She doesn't have the body frame of Kenneka. You know, I said that. But yet and still, the people, you know, they don't see and understand logic. I showed you the difference in the attire that the girls, GIRLS, plural, not singular, plural, meaning more than one. The girls, I showed you the different attire that they were wearing, but yet still people, when you show them, they still can't even grasp the concept, which is what I couldn't understand. So that lets me know that people don't look through their eyes. People have to be hooched up on something because, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure some of this shit out. And I'm not putting words in people's mouths. I'm just showing you what they gave. And I'm showing you the inconsistencies as to what they have been showing you forever and a day. So why are you getting mad at me when I'm showing you what they have been showing you? But yet, many of you want to believe that madness that they put out and try to talk about me and telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. No, sir. No, ma'am. You don't know what you're talking about. That's why you can never show anything to back up your claim, to prove your stance. I've always said, peoples, the truth stands alone and it needs no help. So, if you got proof to your truth, show it. Other than that, shh. Peoples, let's listen in again to Moni Sachs. Let's go.
Everybody's shit was switching up. You got them on this clip saying one thing, then you got them on this clip trying to repeat that, and then it's still switched up until they finally got to something that they can remember and keep repeating over and over and over type shit.
Forget it. I said, that girl too thick. You know what I'm saying? But then she come back and said that it was her. That's kind of crazy.
And hardly nobody believed this shit. Nobody believed it because the bullshit that Rosemont and the news and the police and his family and shit was doing, we ain't know what to fucking believe. We had to really just trust our own instincts and see what we saw and had to just try to eat the fish and throw away the fucking bones. They gave us a lot of bullshit. All that shit they gave us and gave us nothing. We still 8 years later got more questions than we do answers.
But nothing happened. So if nothing happened, why the fuck is we still here?
Clock it.
And a lot of the stuff that we go off of is stuff that, you know, Teresa said.
Clock it.
It's stuff that she said. And then she switched up the game so much and she wonder why some people just talk about her. Because, lady, you confusing. You confused. Like, you be forgetting that you say certain stuff, like you go off script. See, that's why they start keeping somebody beside you. My opinion, speculation. But, you know, to keep you at bay and stay on track at what you supposed to say. Because to me, this is all scripted. So when you got people saying that this is fake, hey, stuff like this is why. Stuff like this is really why. Because 11 minutes after you got the news, you had to solve that. Nothing happened. Nobody did nothing to her. You could tell all of that from like 20 feet away. You could tell all of that from just walking in the freezer.
When I say 20 feet away, I'm talking about when they went down in the kitchen area and Kenneka was on the stretcher and they just stood there calm. I'd have tore that motherfucking kitchen up. Unzip my baby. Unhand me right motherfucking now.
And that's what I say. 2.5 hours later, and she's in the kitchen. 1:13, she walks into the establishment. 3:30, she's in the freezer. 1:30, she's in the room because it took them about 15 minutes to get up there. So from 1:30 to 3:30, 2 hours later, she's in the freezer. And just like this young lady, had that been my daughter on a gurney, Crown Plaza wouldn't have been standing no more. Oh, no. I'm sorry, people. No way would Crown Plaza would have been standing. And there would be no way whatsoever would these people would have ever been able to repel me and tell me I cannot touch my child, but this is a crime scene. Oh, no. They would have to put me under the jailhouse. And even the jailhouse wouldn't have been able to hold me. No to the way, peoples. Nope. I tell you one thing. Thank God that it wasn't my child. You know. Thank God that it wasn't my child. Because, see, had it been my child, not only me, but my family, they would have had to send out the troops, the National Guard, and everybody, because all of my family, friends, everybody, y'all thought this little crowd was something? Man, look at here. It would have been pandemonium at that hotel, in the streets, everywhere. And I really wouldn't have gave two rats' asses, because my child is gone, and you guys going to tell me she walked herself in a freezer? Really? And then you're going to turn around and tell me I can't touch my child, but this is a crime scene? Really? No, I'm sorry, people. That just wouldn't have happened with me. I'm sorry. Now with you, TM, or anybody, I don't know. I mean, you guys do what you do, but it comes with Edward Joseph and his daughter. It would have never turned out like this. And we wouldn't have been sitting back 8 years later wondering what happened to my child.
The fuck?
You could tell all of that just by seeing where the cameras was positioned at. You could tell all of that by playing patty cake out there in the hallway with the policemen.
Clock it.
You could tell all of that because you got the little brown bag in your pocket that the police gave you. What that was. Because I don't think it was the jury. Speculation, I know.
Allegedly.
But I'm just saying, you could tell all of that from that. Like nothing happened. So if nothing happened, why we still talking about this? Why?
And then she wonder why we look at her stupid. Or she'll say shit like we turned our backs on her. No, bitch, no. You was doing dumbass shit. Of course, we can't tell nobody how to grieve, but it was a lot of parents out there that just expected different emotions and different actions that you never gave. So at one point, after you done been caught in so many lies and switching up on the people that was really out there for you, who hearts you had in the palm of your hand, we couldn't take shit you said to be the truth either. Because we saw that you was full of shit.
Why you come back later talking about some justice?
At least I did anyway.
You gave her justice that morning when you said nothing happened. Like, she clumsy. Y'all don't even know her. Like, she clumsy and stuff. She do stuff like this all the time. We've been trying to tell her, she needs to stop. She got narcolepsy and stuff. She must have just fell asleep in there. It was just, didn't nobody did nothing to her.
Because the shit you said, that's what it was giving. It was giving like, oh, this typical Kenneka. It was bound to fucking happen. Energy. That's what you was giving. That's the shit you still give.
No, we wasn't expecting it to be this, but we knew she was gonna get hurt or something because she just was too out of it. She just was a dingy little girl. Something like that. So nothing happened. Nothing at all. They ain't do nothing. They ain't do nothing to my baby. None of them 30, 40 people in that room did anything to my baby. They didn't even lose her. She just got up because she was drunk and she just bounced all over that hotel.
And then they just left her. They left her at the hotel.
Yeah, and ping pong her ass right on in that freezer. They ain't do nothing. Even Shy had to contest to that. But they ain't do nothing. I'm just saying, so when we go in on her, this is why. Because this is the type of fuckery that we got in the beginning. And we're going to keep on, talking about this fuckery. I really don't want these videos to be that long, but I got a lot of stuff to say. So we just going to break it down in little parts. And, we're going to pick up where we left off right here. It's going to wind up being like a whole little
shit show. That's what it wind up being. A whole little shit show. So it's just crazy. Like I said, that we just still here 8 years later. And then all these new people come on here. And then they go get the old content creator shit and put it out and act like these is the theories that they create. It's just a dumb shit. Dumb shit. Y'all would never have what we have Those that was on this shit from 2017 could pull up some shit that you would never find in this case because it does not exist anymore because they done snatched it down. And we was quick enough to grab it before they started changing up a lot of shit. Like the one girl that actually called the first news clip that had the people floating through, they snatched that shit down so fast, then threw up another one. Y'all won't experience that type of fuckery. Y'all would never know the emotions, the time, the tears, the sweat, the just losing just a lot of shit in life focused on this case. You damn near lost yourself. So that shit is crazy. But anyway, I'ma let y'all go. Get on down in the comments and do y'all thing. Talk y'all shit, pop y'all shit. I want to hear what you got to say. And you already know if you here at this point in the video, get down in the comments and say, hey girl, hey. Share this shit. Like this shit. And you already know this your girl Money Stacks, and I'm signing out. Smooches. Peace.
And peoples, that was Moni Stacks speaking her piece. Peoples, Moni Stacks. It's Moni Stacks speaking her piece. Peoples, and she said peace and smooches. You know. So peoples, you heard a lot. You heard a lot. You heard what was stated. Peoples, you heard what was stated. You heard. Andrew Holmes kept saying, down there, down there, down there. But yet she was up there. I heard Moni Sachs said that she doesn't believe that the young lady who was inside of the hallway was Kenneka because the person was too thick. I said the same thing. They believe that it could have been several girls that played Kenneka. I've been telling you that forever and a day. Because not only have I been telling you that, I have been showing you that, peoples. And so peoples, you know, when TM had said that nothing happened to my daughter, well, obviously something happened to Kenneka. Now, it's debatable if Kenneka was her daughter or if Kenneka is Lenore's daughter. We can debate that forever and a day because, again, none of you has ever proven to me that TM ever had any children. So save me the little tiny photos that you got circling around of Kenneka supposed to be on the baby and things like that and stuff, because I've already seen that. Now, I can go through a photo album and I can show you from when I was a baby on up. I can show you my beautiful baby pictures with my little bald head and my little tough on top of my head with my little dimples, you know. And I was a beautiful, handsome little boy, you know. I was my mama's baby. I was the baby boy. But I can show you pictures of me, my mama, my daddy, my sister, my brother, us growing up. But see, TM cannot show you a baby picture of her cradling Kenneka in her arms. TM cannot show you a baby picture of Lenora in her arms being cradled by her. TM cannot show you a picture of Ken Jr. as a child, as a baby being cradled in her arms. She can't do that, peoples. And so, peoples, you know, you can sit up here and you can be the greatest defender of TM as much as you please. But I will forever keep her on bended knees. All because, peoples, again, I'm not here to try to vilify TM. I'm just here to bring reference to the madness that has been spoken in this case forever and a day. Because I said the devil is in the details. Now let's get to the details, peoples, because see, we heard the videos. We heard what Andrew Holmes had to say. We heard what TM had to say. Peoples. But now let's cross-reference that of what they said to what they did. Peoples. One more thing. One more thing. I just have to bring out, peoples. So let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen, peoples. Let's go back here. One more thing I want to show. So we're gonna go right back here. We're gonna go right back here. Right back here. All right, Money Sachs, thank you, man. It's a beautiful thing. People, so let's want one more thing. One more thing on TM. Because I want to make sure that we got a good, wholesome understanding as to what TM had to say, peoples. So, you know, Moni Sachs, ma'am, you are just so thorough. She's just so thorough, peoples. Okay, but I want to go one more. Okay, let's take a look at this one right here. I think this is Teresa Martin crashes out live. I was in the lion's den and stayed quiet long enough. So now TM decided that she wanted to come on out and she wanted to break on out and speak to the people about what supposedly have happened, peoples. You know, but I think it's a little bit too late for that. But we're gonna listen to this here, peoples. And oh my God, TM, you're beautiful, man. You done decorated yourself and things. I like that. This is the first time I ever seen TM so decorated and things. She's a beautiful woman with a big round, you know. TM is a beautiful woman, peoples, you know, when she wants to be. When she really decorates herself and stuff, she is a beautiful woman. So I do have to give credit where credit is due, you know, because some of these other photos and stuff, I don't know. But in this picture, TM just decorated herself up to be a beautiful Christmas tree. But we're going to watch this, peoples, and then we're going to get into what I want to get into and stuff, because I need to go ahead and I need to make my point, peoples. And that is the Hey Live. Hey Live. Let's listen to Hey Live. Okay. Let me share my screen, people. So I got to share it a different way. So after this particular clip that we're going to see of TM, then we're going to go and we're going to start breaking down my point, the point that I wanted to make to all of you. And we're going to break out the case files and you're going to clearly see what I have to say, peoples. Because you had enough content to get a gist as to where I'm going. All right, peoples, let's listen to TM in Hey Live.
Hey Live. I don't feel like y'all looking at me now because I got my night clothes. But excuse me, but this how I feel. This how I've been since the death of my baby. Sitting in spaces like this, and I come out with a smile, but in my body and my mind, ever since I was sitting in that room, they made us. They made me after hours and hours and hours away. They made me, and this ain't no sympathy plea. Y'all asked me to speak. See, I was quiet because God said one time, and one time then.
TM has said that it was hours and hours and hours, peoples. And my question is, how many hours was it? How many hours was it, peoples? Because she said hours and hours and hours. Well, I mean, from the time to when the supposed Kenneka walked into the establishment to the time to when she was supposed to walk into the freezer, that was about 2.5 hours. And then you were supposed to come down about 6 to what? Probably 7 o'clock. And so from 6 or 7 to about 10, well, that's only about 3 hours or so. But even still, they didn't find Kenneka. Remember, they didn't find Kenneka until about 12 something the next morning, because it was September the 10th at 12:24 in the morning that they didn't find Kenneka. So what was the hours and hours and hours that you spent sitting with them, TM? That's the question that I have. See, people, when you really break it down and you start to listen to what they say and stuff, and match it up to what the case file says and stuff, and what the video says and things, it paints a different picture. Now, I'm sure that everybody wasn't all out of their mind, peoples. Just like Money Sexton said, well, she can cry for her sister, but she couldn't cry for her supposed own daughter. If Kenneka came out of her pee, well, then that means that you should have some great emotions for Kenneka, but you never cried for her. Don't cry for me. I want to say, y'all remember that song, Don't Cry for Me? But she didn't cry for Kenneka. So because she didn't cry for Kenneka, peoples, and she only cried for her sister, that lets you know how much of a relationship she had for Kenneka, or how much of a disdain he had for Kenneka. People, you're mothers. Many of you are mothers. Many of you had to carry your child for 9 months. And then many of you laid down on that table. Many of you gave natural birth. And some of you had C-sections and things. But however your child came out, the bottom line is, peoples, you carried that child in your body for 9 months. Sung to the child, ate, talked, walked, laid down, got up, did whatever you had to do, but you had carried that burden. You labored for 9 months, and then even after, for however long time before the child totally came into the world. That's a mother's love, peoples. Because as that child was growing up in the womb, you got attached to your baby. You got to know your baby. You got to know every kick and bump and every twist and turn, everything. That's something that even us men cannot even begin to comprehend, a love between a mother and her child. But some of you mothers, even after going through all of that, you deny your child, which I can never understand. I mean, that's mental illness. That's another topic, peoples. But to go through 9 months of labor, bring a child into the world, and then turn upon your baby is unconscionable to me, peoples. That is something I will never, ever begin to understand. Never. How could you not cry for your child? How? Peoples. And I don't care how strong that you proclaim to try to be and stuff. Well, see, you've already made yourself look stupid because you cried for your sister and she's not your child, but your own daughter that's supposed to came out of your own womb from your pee, as you said, doing splits up on the dick. And how in the hell you think you got here? Huh? Y'all remember that? Well, she said it split on the dick, and Kenneka came out supposedly, right? Well. See, the thing is, all of that time that the supposed Kenneka came out, was in the womb. You never cried. Now Kenneka is in the tomb. You never cried. The devil is in the details. The devil is in the details, peoples, because she came from the womb to the tomb and she never cried. She never cried. Not once, peoples. Not shedded not one tear. What manner of a mother is this that cannot cry for her own child? What manner of a woman is this, peoples? I don't understand it. You all are mothers. You all are mothers. You had children. You bear the labor pains. You nursed the child. You taught the child. You prayed for the child. Pray for me. You know? But through all of the God's and through all of the so-called prayers that she's supposed to have rendered up to God, she never cried for her supposed child. And that's the one thing that literally puzzles me, peoples. How you speak so much about your supposed child, but you can never shed not one tear. Help me to make that make sense, peoples. I never understood that. I've never seen a mother who could never cry for her child. Help me to make that make sense, peoples.
At one time. This ain't my timing. This God's timing. This ain't for y'all to believe me. Those who have ears, y'all hear me. Y'all ain't got to hear me. Listen to God. Ask God. I pray for each one of y'all that's making a mockery at this. And as I look through all y'all pages, you know what? I was showing y'all that I know how to be ignorant. I've been knowing how to be ignorant since the start of it. I'm the biggest jokester. Excuse my French if I'm offending somebody. Because God didn't tell us to be special or perfect. But y'all did. Let me tell y'all something. See, a jokester love to make jokes. A jokester make jokes on themselves. So what y'all say? When you're a child of God, baby, this armor that I wear, I've been waiting since birth. It's crazy. I dreamed of this dream, my life right now, today, what I'm going through. That this battle was going when I was 8 years old. And check this out, like everybody said, it's been 8 years. It took me to now to understand my dream when I was 8 years old. Oh, that battle was so strong. And I got so low when I was quiet, y'all. I was down. That was my dream. I was real low. I was ready to give up. And then I remembered in my dream to call on Jesus. Oh, hallelujah. Oh. So I'm calling on Jesus, not man. Oh, because when I called on man before, what man did to me, y'all forsake me. Y'all talked about me. Y'all mistreated me. Y'all did me similar to what they call Jesus. And thank God that y'all did that, because I used to question about myself. I looked in the mirror for 51 years, and I never saw who God created me to be. Hallelujah. But let me tell y'all something today. Y'all say something wrong with me. It is. I'm stayed up on Jesus. I'm crazy about the Lord. For God I live, and for God I die. And if they ready to take me to court, they say if I put both of them together, I heard them, I see them. If God show me a little, what makes y'all think he won't show me a lot? I'm going to pray for y'all that send them y'all words, because I'm calling it. I told y'all once, the rapture is coming. I wish y'all understand this. But those who have ears, y'all don't have to understand, because I ain't God. All praises we get to the Most High. I'm asking y'all. Y'all ain't even got to keep on saying it, because I thank God for every time y'all said something bad. Guess what? I used that and I ate it. Y'all know why I ate? Because that was my strength. God renewed in me a new heart. Things that used to matter. See, when it first happened, y'all cut me off guard. Now I got my armor, and God fixed my armor. So I'm ready. And y'all know y'all listening, and y'all hear me. I'm ready. Come on, bring it, bitch. I want to make this public announcement. If they plan to take me back to court, the attorneys that I represented me in the past, I do not give them the permission to no longer represent me. I, Teresa Martin, do not give the attorneys in the past, from the past, to represent me for the future case. So let that be said. If there's any attorneys out there that's not afraid, that's not going to tell me that they care, and trick me to tell me that you found out information about my child just to trick me and my daughter on my daughter's birthday in the room. It's out there. You said, it's it? It's it, goddammit. I'm telling it all now, goddammit. Now, come on now. I'm telling you, so when y'all try to plot to kill me or whatever, y'all, it's already out here. Kenneka taught me about live, y'all. That's why I'm not too good. And it's a couple of people, young people, that have helped me with my phone that I didn't even know how to work it. It ain't that I'm slow, because I never fucking dealt with this internet shit until the death of my baby. That's why. And no, I take that back. I started when I caught cancer and I was trying to help somebody. Because in our communities, people don't know how to help each other. We think if we get ill or sick of something going on, we losing weight or something, knowing that we ain't got no disease. And even if we do have HIV or STDs that we can't get rid of, it's okay. But check this out. It ain't happened by accident. I thank God for today, because this happened just for today. And see, the devil meant for me. I was angry when I got up on here. I was going to tell him about it, but I turned that around, y'all. But I'm serious about it. I don't want the people representing me. So y'all know my addresses, the P.O. boxes. Y'all know my address, y'all. Send it to the P.O. box. I'm going to make sure them people in the P.O. box, they're my peoples over there. They're going to make sure I get the ones that's in there now. I love y'all. Thank y'all, too. But I'm telling y'all, no matter which way life go, see this right here, I used to want to say something. I promise y'all. And everybody that know me, this from my heart. See, I can't keep letting the devil do it. But I thank God for it, because y'all got to thank God for the fire, y'all. Because the fire. Oh, thank God for the anger. See, our problem is, ladies, y'all have some good men. Sometimes us women, we push these men out here to do or cheat. We say, we've been doing all this. Keeping it real, a man. And y'all men, women, we all think alike. We all want the same thing, peace. But our pride, that's why God is telling us to humble ourselves. We so busy trying not to tell this, oh, we gonna show them we could outstand and stay this mad, y'all. God telling us to humble ourselves. If y'all know y'all want that person and y'all love that person, see, all y'all woke just like this because God needs this message to be delivered. But also, I need to deliver. God knows, because see, it ain't about me, but we give all praise. God told me to deliver that message to who may concern, y'all. Y'all get what I'm saying? Because I ain't into it with nobody. I want the world to know that. I know if I to the ones that's looked it up, to that we learn lessons. Life is a lesson about how God feel about being a fool. I was using the word fool, and also we learned about when we killing ourselves, because it was some of y'all thought y'all get so low. You know, it was also a vessel that shared this enlightened with me during my low times, and I couldn't understand it. But the words that he shared with me, enlightened with me, he said, right before God bless you, he'll take you down to your lowest of your low. See, at my time, I was the lowest. I didn't have nothing. When I were in the house, I had big rats used to run. I used to have to put a blanket over my head, right? But guess what? I still wasn't going to settle so I could see it, because see what I used to, God saw it. So I don't care what man say. So what y'all say about me, y'all don't know what until y'all know. Y'all don't understand. My son is in jail now because he lost his fucking mind because of y'all crucify him. Now he in jail. I ain't heard from him. And I don't know, he in the Cook County jail. I ain't heard from him in like 4 days. That's why I'm up. I can't sleep. But it took all that for it to come up out of me. Just because I tried to speak my peace. Y'all confusing as hell. 1 minute y'all tell me, but I thank God for y'all confused. I'm sorry, I probably said it, man, but I release any anger. I truly forgive y'all. I truly, from the bottom of my heart to the depths of my soul. And when I go to court next time, when God, if it's God's will, your will be done. It ain't gonna be me, y'all. Because I asked God, and I read somebody that said she possessed by the devil. I called the Holy Ghost, because it said possess. You don't look, it ain't what they saying. And I prayed, and ever since I asked God to possess my body, from the crowns of my head to the soles of my feet, I ain't been able to sleep. You got to be careful what you ask for. But then when you ask for it, you got to lean out on your own understanding. Whether it be good, bad, happy, or sad. All my life, I had a cell phone. Since the cell phones came out, not all. And I'm, we got to put a little extra on there. But, everybody have a little stunt. Whether you got money, my brother told me, rest his soul, Johnny Martin. He told me, he said, it don't matter. He said, bitch, let me tell you something. See, first one, I used to think he was so mean because he used to always hit his word, used to be, you a ghetto superstar, bitch. So being a superstar, and I ain't trying to toot my horn, but I'm introducing y'all to who I am. And he was a powerful man, 26 years old. At the time in the hood, 26 limousines. Y'all get what I'm saying? Not to be boastful. So materialistic, even back then. I was in my early years working in the shop, driving kids around, 23 kids in the Lexus LX 400. Materialistic stuff that never mattered to me. So y'all talking about money. Actually, I looked it up and I bypassed the time limit where I could go back and try to make. I didn't bypass it like that, y'all. Let me stop it now. I'm flogging again. I sent out letters. Even I saw, to my real people of my color, the males of my color, I had the utmost respect for. I reached out to them. I did it secretly, but it was meant because I used to look at them highly. Oh, but it wasn't made by man's hands. It was God took me through all the man's hands so he could know it was by him. It wasn't nobody but God. Just like when I found out and I ran out that hotel, I put that video up. Y'all already knew Kenneka was dead to show y'all my reaction because y'all said this. But see, that's how I was losing my soul. I'm studying losing my soul, trying to prove it. So, but then I'm using these moments right here in between. If y'all see, I put a little dip here, even about menopause. I used to be so scared to go through menopause. But guess what, y'all? going through menopause. I promise y'all, I'm keeping the 100% funky. Y'all to call me a hoe. Y'all to said this, so I'm keeping 100% funky. If I'm wrong, forgive me. This ain't for 18 and over. I'm younger. You ain't. This ain't for y'all ears, baby, because it's beginning of what God's got for me in store. Going through menopause, I used to hear people's stories and see them. There used to be a lady working with me, you know, start with F. Y'all know what I'm saying. The people working with me. I love y'all. First of all, I missed y'all. I missed the bad times. I missed the good times. And everybody know me. I bet y'all sitting back saying now. I know y'all finna laugh because y'all know this is the time we get up for work, y'all. Y'all know. Y'all say, that's that damn Teresa. She'll give you her soul if she can. Aaron, you know. Errol, you know. I even go overtime. I got in trouble for going overtime at the hospitals for strangers. And I let kids in my house, girls, because I knew even when they was young, the ones that was in the hood, half of their mamas was, when they was going to work. My mama was a single mama. And I didn't understand how God prepared the table, y'all. See, I used to have to watch and help my mama because she was a single mama. That little bit lady that roared like a lion. That's why I like you, Stephanie Mills. Shout out to you. No disrespect, with all praises. A whole lot of y'all do. But that's Stephanie Mills. That's what I call her. She roared like a lion. But anyway, y'all, this how I be. Everybody that know me, see, y'all getting to know me. The people that know me know this how I be. Blah, I remember every damn thing, but I be every damn where. But anyway, y'all say I'm going crazy. No, I ain't. God has possessed me. If that's what y'all want to say, possess. But then I don't know. Or whatever it is, maybe it's just me identifying. It took me 51 years, y'all. I want y'all to start today. Please, stop what y'all doing. Look in the mirror. I remember Michael Jackson, his Man in the Mirror. I really understand that song. It took me to be 51 years, even with the shape I got. I tell the world, I told y'all this, y'all have seen this. I never knew I had a shape like that. I used to look at my mama because my mama got a big old ass, y'all. I said, Mama, why God ain't blessed me with no booty like this? But let me tell you something. It took the cancer for me to see because, you get so comfortable. It's that even with our health, y'all see me sitting on that ball, baby. That's how I keep that shape. Besides, after the doctors, God sent this helpers. And all the doctors that touched my body. When I walked out your office, it was God telling me to go. Because y'all, I got mad at y'all when y'all said no. Because that was the door, that was y'all door closing. And I thank God for when y'all had that door open, y'all love. And you know, Dr. Marcus, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, I ain't saying it, but I'm saying it right. You know him, you get the point. Y'all did an amazing job. Dr. Calander and your team, I don't know all y'all names, shit. Everybody, I ain't never been too perfect. Y'all got to excuse me, but I wish. And doctors, I apologize, but I don't apologize. I can explain. Every time y'all came in that room, after every surgery, even after that 19-hour surgery, even when I had a blood clot in my lung and my heart, and y'all say, how you feeling? And when I woke up, and I ain't understand why all y'all was standing around me and looking. After that 19-hour surgery, when I went there on Valentine's Day, y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all say, how you feeling? And I said, I'm blessed to have the favor. Some of y'all doctors got mad at me because y'all asked me how I was feeling. But then I said, I'm blessed to have the favor. Then I remember, oh, y'all, man, y'all want me. And y'all said, no, we're asking you how you feeling. See, when you're blessed to have the favor, I made it through that. So I knew it was something that God needed me to do. And guess what? If I don't live to see the next day, y'all do whatever y'all want for me, because I read in the Bible, baby. And my daddy told me, we got to be willing to die for it. I understand why kings mention. I used to say, everything I question them, why did they go out there if they knew that this was their time? And y'all family members, I know y'all heard them, y'all people them say, and from history, they knew. They knew. Best friend, you know, the other day, you ain't never seen me do the way that I did. So I love you. You know what I'm talking about. I love y'all. Y'all let that humble yourself. Me too. I just showed y'all. I was proving to man I was losing my soul every time I responded back negative, talking about big backs and shit. But some of y'all bitches did have a big back. I mean, you know bitches, because I be a bitch too. I be acting like my dog. Y'all saw that little dog. Watch it. Hold on, let me call him. Nyla. Watch it. Come here. She a little bitch. Watch her. She be the one arguing, guys. She be barking. Just be wild, but be quiet now. Oh, now look, she always showing that. That's how we be. When there's motherfuckers around, we be quiet than the motherfuckers. See, we bitches. And y'all, when y'all get, did too, having intimacy, and that man call you a B. Excuse me, I'm not trying to disrespect y'all human, but guess what? God knows, because I talk to God like this. And he still love me. I be like, God, after all this, Lord, how deep you made this. Lord, I get out. What? It's waterfall like what? And you still love me? Thank you, Heavenly Father. I thank you so much. When you said you got unconditional love, I felt that. So as long as I don't need, as long as I got King Jesus, long as I got King Jesus, I don't need nobody else. Y'all hear me? And I'm not saying that boastfully. I'm saying that we're giving all the honors to my daddy. Because can't nobody do me like Jesus. Can't nobody hold me like Jesus. Can't nobody. See, he's our friend, y'all. He our friend. Y'all see, when ain't nobody here. See, I see it's a whole lot of me's up. For y'all, the man thing, see, I fucked y'all man with this one today. Y'all say she up so early. Well, obviously, bitch, you ain't been to sleep either. Your ass up too. I get more motherfucking response in the morning time than I do night. Thank y'all, because that bitch sure rising. Now keep on looking. Keep on getting on my page. Y'all keep on making them fake pages. And let me bring this out, y'all. Y'all know us black people need to get ourselves together. We need to stop killing one another. Get this shit right here. And it's a proven fact. My mama used to say this years ago, and I didn't believe it. These people got us so fucking programmed. We ain't killing each other like how they saying they doing. Some of these motherfuckers is killing us. Just like they making these pages. And every fake page, the most of it is a black person. Yeah, some of y'all doing it, but the new page that I screenshotted because God showed it, obviously it must have been don't not to happen back. Human make accidents. God don't. Get ourselves together. They're using us against us. I was a woman that raised kids, a single fucking parent. Y'all don't know how important it was. My husband got killed. Y'all, fuck what that man thinks. Think about the motherfucking babies that these women got to raise. And y'all bitches took my baby from me. Hell yeah, bitch, I'm crashing now. Bitch, I ain't just start, bitch. I've been crashing out. In that room, I humbled myself. Because I knew I was in the lion's motherfucking den. Look at that symbol. I didn't believe that shit until I got in that room.
And there you have it, peoples. That is TM, and that is what TM had to say, peoples. You heard it for yourself. So it ain't no confusion, peoples. You heard it for yourself. You heard what TM had to say. And TM was crushed. But see, peoples, you don't crush people when they are down. I've always learned that peoples never crush a person when they are down. But I'm not going to crush her while she's down, but I am going to speak what I have to say. And so now, people, so let me get into my point. Let me get to my point. Because, like I said, the devil is in the details. You heard what the people had said, and you heard TM try to get on here and preach the gospel of madness. Because she tried to say that she is right and that we are wrong. Well, let me sit here and tell you, peoples, yeah, that TM didn't cry for Kenneka. Yeah. Yeah, all right. Okay. All right, peoples. Let me get serious now. As I've shown you earlier, peoples, I've let you see for yourself what was stated in the case files, and that the beverage manager had stated that he did not know whether the lights was on or whether the lights were off. Peoples, I said he did not know. You know, he did not know whether the lights was on or whether the lights was off. But I'm here to tell you, peoples, the lights was on. This wasn't a Teddy Pendergrass moment. Turn off the lights and light a candle. No, 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 peoples. The candles wasn't lit, peoples, but the lights was on. The lights was on when Kenneka Jenkins was in the freezer, peoples. I said the lights was on. Let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen. Peoples, the lights was on in the freezer. As I shown you earlier in my illustration, bingo to the bingo, peoples. There it is right there. There it is right there. You see that the light is on in the freezer. There it is right there, peoples. It's in your face. The light was on. And this is in the freezer, peoples. And as you can see, not only was the light was on, but there was ice crystals that was hanging from the condenser in the freezer. There it is right there, peoples. You see the icicles. So the light was on and there was ice that was formed inside the freezer, because you see these little rods and things and stuff. These were little things that helped the water freeze and blows cold air into the freezer. You see that, right? And then there you see the little icicles right there. Okay. Now, another picture. Let me show you the picture, peoples. Let me show you the picture, peoples. Let's go back. We'll go back. Okay. So now let me go and show you the other picture that I had right here. And there you see Kenneka in the freezer, peoples, on the ground in the freezer. There it is right there, peoples. There you see Kenneka Jenkins in the freezer, peoples. You see that, right? There she is right there, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins inside the freezer, okay? And there you see on the outside of the freezer, you see a light switch, right? And the light was on, peoples. But then I want you guys to look at something. There is the ice crystals right there. The same ice crystals that I just showed you in the previous picture, peoples. There it is right there. It's in your face. There is the ice crystals right there. And it is in the freezer where Kenneka's body lie in state, peoples. As you can see, this area is the refrigerator. This area is the freezer. Now, if you watched my live earlier, I have literally explained to you, peoples, if you watched my live earlier, with the little diagrams that I had up on the pictures. Let me go back to the diagrams right here. See, bingo to the bingo. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. This was the inside of the refrigerator. There is the door. The door has to swing open. And when the door swings open, nothing can be in this little area right here. That's what you see in the diagram. For all of the little X's and stuff, that's where you can put content in, right? Okay. So if you got a little freezer, You know, you can put content in the refrigerator because this is the refrigerator part, and where behind the door is the freezer. So now let me call up the other picture that I did the diagram, because see here in this picture is this area right here in this picture, right there. As you can see, peoples, there's the door. There's the door. The door is open. There's Kenneka. This is the inside of the refrigerator, right? In the refrigerator is where the freezer is. And as you can see in the picture, there's a picture right there. There's Kenneka. Let me go and do the other picture, peoples. Okay. Now, as you can see, again, there's the light that's open. I mean, there's the light that is on in the freezer. All right. Y'all see that, right? So now let me go back to this picture right here. Go back to this picture right here. As you can see, peoples, on the outside, the refrigerator is on because this is the outer part that controls the refrigerator. There's the inner part where you can see the light switch and where you can see the light, and there's the open door, and that's the place where Kenneka was in, peoples. Y'all see that, right? See? And so this area is this area right here of the freezer, because where you see the little light switch is where the light switch is right there, peoples. There it is. There's the light switch. And that is in the freezer, and there's Kenneka in the freezer. Okay, so now let's go to the other picture that I've shown. Okay. Then as you can see, inside of the freezer, this is why I did the diagram. This big round thing is where you see the door open. Okay. There you see the light. The light is reflecting off of the door right here. And the light is reflecting off of this, and off of this right here. And then this is the outer part for this is the refrigerator. And then there's a little handle. Okay. Y'all see that, right? All right. Let me go to the final picture here, peoples. I said, let me go to the final picture here, peoples. So let's go to the pictures. Let's go to the pictures that is in the case files right here, peoples. Go to the pictures that's in the case files. Okay. Because this is what I want you all to see right here. Go to the pictures that's in the case files. And I'm fit to prove a point, people. So I'm fit to show you something. Okay. All right. So these are all of the pictures that was in the kitchen. But we're going to scroll through these right here. Okay. Now, as you can see, there's the little light that I just shown you that was in the freezer. That's the freezer picture. This door right here is the outside of the refrigerator. Okay. Now you can see it clearly in this picture right here. See, they turned on the flash. So now you can clearly see right there, people. You can clearly see the light inside of the refrigerator, and that is the freezer light. See that, right? Okay. And you can tell that that's the refrigerator because there's a little box with the oil in it. Okay. I want you guys to look. All right. See, there's the light. There's that little box right there of oil. And Kenneka is in the freezer. You see that, right? There's the light again. There's the light again. See that, right? You can tell that the refrigerator was on. Okay, because this was the outside door. And then you can tell that the refrigerator was on because you can see that right there, right? But then look down here, peoples. What do you see? You see the body of Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, right there in the flesh, right there, peoples. And what do you see? You see the same light that's on in the freezer, right? And then look, there is icicles in the freezer, just like I had showed you in the previous pictures. But the thing is, peoples, look, right there is Kenneka right there in the freezer with the refrigerator in the freezer on. You see that, right? So it ain't no mistaking the bacon that Kenneka was in the freezer, in the upper level kitchen, while the refrigerator and freezer was on. That is the proof right there. Peoples, they took the pictures while Kenneka was lying in state in the freezer. As you can clearly see for yourself, peoples, it was an actual freezer that she was in. It wasn't hilarious and nefarious. It wasn't fictitious. It was an actual freezer that the young lady of the name of Kenneka Jenkins was in. And the freezer was on, peoples, because the evidence is in your face. It's right there. It's right there, peoples. The freezer and the refrigerator was on, as you can see by the indicator right here. And you see the body of Kenneka inside the freezer. Peoples, there's a body right there inside the freezer. No mistaking the bacon. Peoples, no mistaking the bacon. They took the pictures before they even walked in to take the pictures of Kenneka. Do you guys understand what I'm saying, peoples? Do you understand what I'm saying? They took the pictures well before they walked in there to take the pictures. Oh my God, peoples. Oh my God. Man, you guys are not listening to me. They took the pictures days before because she was there and she died on the 7th. But they didn't show her body until the 9th. People, there's the proof right there. It's in your face. There is the proof right there. Kenneka Jenkins' body is in the freezer days before they officially deemed her in the freezer. There it is right there, peoples. There it is right there in the upper level kitchen. There is right there, peoples. There is Kenneka Jenkins' body inside of the freezer, peoples. See, this is what the YouTubers and Facebookers did not recognize, did not understand, peoples. Kenneka was never there on the 9th. Because that's why they call it a reenactment. That's why the young lady that was walking the establishment, the halls of the establishment, it wasn't Kenneka, because Kenneka was already here inside of the freezer. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? She was already inside of the freezer days before. There it is right there, peoples. Remember when Moni Stack said, she said that the girl that was walking the halls of that establishment was thicker than Kenneka. And I was telling you for years the same thing. Well, people's, here's the proof to the truth right here. The pictures was taken well before they even took the pictures inside the freezer. She just died. She just died. Let me say that again, peoples. She just died. When they took these pictures, peoples, Kenneka Jenkins no longer had just died, peoples. There's the proof right there. There's the proof right there. And see, her bra is all off her breast and torn down. You see the position that she's in. You can clearly see her legs. You can clearly see her body. You can clearly see the ripples in her jacket. And you can clearly see the stuff on the back of her butt, which she was dragged in there and put in that position, peoples. Because if you look at the body, peoples, she only just got dark spots just on certain parts of the body. On the buns, because she was dragged. Not on the side of the leg, but on the buns, peoples. See? Now, peoples, well, everybody was talking about the pants and we couldn't see her pants and everything and stuff. See, no other YouTuber has ever pointed this out. Now you can clearly see the ripples in Kenneka's pants, and you can match this picture up to the picture that is in the hallway, peoples. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. See, no other YouTuber has ever brought this out of 8 long years. And I said, okay, it's time for me to go do a even deeper dive to prove to the people the hilarious and nefarious madness of what the people were saying. People's, look, this is you see the shadow from the little handle right here that's on her pants right there, right? You see the shadow. For when the light hits the handle, and you can see the reflection of the shadow on the pants right there. Bingo to the bingo peoples. I said bingo to the bingo peoples. No other YouTuber. Trey Gang didn't even bring this out. Casey Cloy Overa Sanchez Medina didn't bring this out. No other YouTuber brought it out other than Edward Joseph. So peoples, when you want to challenge Edward Joseph, learn what you're talking about before you talk. Because I'm here to give you the real. I'm not here to fake and shake. I'm not here to sugarcoat. I'm here to give you the real. The truth needs no explanation, peoples. It needs no help. It stands on its own. And there is the proof to my truth. There it is right there before your eyes. Wake up. Wake up and smell the coffee, peoples. Because now we got a clear-cut picture of Kenneka Jenkins' pants that we can reference to any other picture in this case, peoples. No longer will we have to sit here and, oh, well, those are not the pants. Peoples, you can clearly see the rips in the pants. And you can take this picture, peoples, and you can go ahead and you can match up the rips in the pants to any other picture in this case, peoples. And you can clearly see the jacket, and you can match up the jacket to any other jacket in this case, peoples. Because Kenneka did not come into the establishment in an Adidas outfit. Kenneka came into the establishment in a blue jean outfit, peoples. The proof is in the truth. And the truth is in the proof. Because there it is right there in your face. And there you see Kenneka Jenkins lying in state inside of a freezer on the upper level kitchen, peoples. Bingo to the bingo. Okay. Now, there is the light right there inside of the refrigerator or the cooler. You see that, peoples? So where I've shown you the arrow in the picture, and let me go back to the arrow in the picture, because I was showing you there is more space. This is the space right here, peoples. And as you can see up at the top, right there, peoples, there is that right there. See that? There it is. You see the little, you see the little metal bar thing that goes across? There's a metal bar thing that goes across. See the little fan thing right there? There is the fan thing right there. And the same thing that's in this picture is the same thing that's in this picture right there. Bingo to the bingo people. I said bingo to the bingo peoples. And as you can see, there's the spacing right there. Because see, in this picture, it only stops to this right here. But then you have all of this extra space right here. And there you see the light inside the cooler, peoples. Clearly see it, clear as daylight. I said bingo to the bingo peoples. So here, let me save this. Let me save a copy of this to my downloads. Okay. All right. Let's go further, peoples. Okay, so now here it is, peoples. Here is the cooler or the refrigerator. And there it is right there. Okay. And then there you see inside of the cooler and then inside of the freezer. And then what do you see in the background, peoples? You see the ice that is all broken apart inside a real freezer with Kenneka Jenkins' body inside of a real freezer. There you see it right there, peoples. You see that, right? There's her body. There's the ice right there, peoples. There's the broken ice. There's Kenneka's body right there. There's the lip gloss right there, peoples. There is a real freezer right there, peoples. So when the content creators tell you that Kenneka was never in a real freezer, that this was all made up, peoples, the evidence doesn't lie. That's why they can never challenge me, peoples, because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. I'm showing you there is Kenneka Jenkins' body inside of a cooler, inside of a freezer, inside of a real freezer. It ain't nothing that is being made up. It's a real freezer. And you see the real body of Kenneka Jenkins inside of a real freezer. Boy, peoples, when the hilarious and nefarious trying to tell you what you don't know, you go back and you show them your proof to your truth. And you go and debunk the madness out of them. Because peoples, if you look in the picture, look, the freezer indicator shows that the freezer is on. So when they tell you that the freezer wasn't on and Kenneka was in the freezer and it wasn't on, it wasn't operational, peoples, the pictures don't lie. The freezer was on. The refrigerator, the cooler was on. It was on and it was functioning when Kenneka was in the freezer. It was on. The light was on. Negligence 101, peoples, right there. So when they want to go back in the narrative and tell you that the freezer wasn't on, when Andrew Holmes couldn't even answer whether the freezer was on, well, the pictures tell you 1,000 words right there, peoples. The freezer was on. The ice was in the freezer. Kenneka's body is lying in state right there, peoples, right there, peoples, right there, peoples. In the freezer. In the freezer, peoples. There she is, right there. So peoples, when you want to sit here and you want to listen to these hilarious and nefarious YouTubers that tries to explain about the Kenneka Jenkins case and say that Kenneka was at the Marriott, or Kenneka was in Schiller's Park, or Kenneka was at the west side of Chicago. Well, peoples, Kenneka was at the Crown Plaza inside a freezer, lying in state. Not in an Adidas outfit, in a jean jacket outfit, peoples. So Kenneka was not carried from another establishment and put into a freezer in this establishment. No, peoples. No, peoples, no. That never happened. Kenneka was placed in this freezer at the Crown Plaza Hotel. Peoples. There it is right there. The evidence is in your face. So tell the other YouTubers, peoples, who wants to sit here and spread all of that propaganda and madness. You are debunked, and you need to silence yourself before you get seriously embarrassed. Seriously. Because now, this time, peoples, I'm not playing no games. I'm going to go after every YouTuber and Facebooker that ever sits here and spread all of these rumors and lies about the Kenneka Jenkins case. Because the evidence is right here, is in your face. And it's time now that you guys need to get on one accord and start putting out and start reciting the truth to the proof. And stop listening to all of these hilarious and nefarious YouTubers and Facebookers for the madness that they've been saying forever and a day. I am tired of it, and I'm putting an end to it because I am going to vilify them until I get tired, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you're going to get justice for Kenneka, you got to put out the right content. And if you're going to put out the right content, then you got to go back to the content of what they gave you, and you need to discern and decipher that of what they gave and put out what they gave, not your conspiracy theories, what they gave. And people's, it ain't no need to get up in arms and stuff, because once you open up your mouth and once you try to challenge me, I'm just going to slap you in your mouth, because I am going to debunk you until you are blue in the face, because your narrative does not hold no weight. There she is right there, peoples. There she is. Kenneka Jenkins right there in the flesh. Peoples. Right there. In the evidence that they gave, there is the shoe. There is the black plastic that was burnt inside of the freezer. It's a real freezer, peoples. There she is right there. Look at her legs, peoples, fresh. And then peoples, look at the ice cube that was right by her toe. The pictures was taken, peoples, on the outside before they took it on the inside. See, the pictures don't lie, peoples. I mean, the evidence is right there, it's in your face. The ice cube is right there. The ice cube is right by her toe. Her body is fresh, peoples, as you can see. And you see the type of jeans Kenneka was wearing because this part is cut off. So the seams down at the bottom around her ankles and stuff is cut off in the front. And it's cut off purposely because the way that she wore her shoes. So I don't know if she did it or if the store or if the jeans come like that. I ain't never seen jeans like that, but that's the way that it is on both sides. You see that right here, and then you see that right there. So it looks like she did it because it doesn't look like it's a tapered seam right there. You see that? So she did that herself. This is her designer way of wearing her jeans. And as you can see, the jeans, peoples, it hugs around the calf of her legs, as you can see, peoples. And then it got ripples within the pants right here. And then it hugs around the thighs right here. You see that, right? Now, peoples, even still, look at the pictures, peoples. Now we can compare the unedited version of Kenneka's pants to the pictures that we seen in the other pictures, peoples. We got a clear-cut picture of the pants. See, peoples? See, that's investigation. That's eagle eyes. Trey Gain didn't pull this out. Casey Chloe O'Vera Sanchez Medina didn't pull this out. Edward Joseph did. And so now, peoples, we can clearly see with our own eyes and we can compare because we got clear-cut picture of Kenneka's pants that we can literally match up to any other picture that is showing the pants of any other girl in the establishment. Bingo to the bingo peoples, boy. I said bingo to the bingo peoples, boy. There it is right there. It's in your face, peoples. Because the evidence doesn't lie. Kenneka Jenkins is inside of a freezer. And then there you see the light switch right there, peoples. Right there. You see that? But I want you to notice something, peoples. Notice one thing. You had to turn on the light switch in order to turn on the light. Oh my God, people, that blew past your head. Did you hear what I said? I said you had to turn on the light switch in order to turn on the lights. Did the light bulb just pop up into your head? Well, if it didn't, turn on your light. Walk in the light, beautiful light. Come where the dewdrops of mercy shines bright. Shine all around us by day and by night. Jesus, the light of the world. And see, peoples, when you have Jesus in your life, Jesus will give you eagle eyes. And Jesus will turn on the light. So if the light switch ain't lighting up, peoples, well, then you got to follow Jesus and he will give you eagle eyes and he will turn on your light. Walk in the light, beautiful light, peoples. And God gave Edward Joseph eagle eyes because nobody has discerned or deciphered this, but Edward Joseph did. Show me one YouTuber that is breaking it down in the manner to which I am doing now and showing you unequivocally and undeniably, peoples, that Kenneka Jenkins was at the Crown Plaza Hotel in the freezer. The evidence is right there, peoples. And there she is right there. Okay? Kenneka Jenkins inside the freezer. And there she is right there, people. See that? Inside the freezer. And remember when I told you that the door swings open? See how the door swings open? See the width of the door? So the width of that door, you cannot put nothing right there because you got to be able to open up the door and walk into the freezer. See that? So they had to put whatever contents on the side of in the refrigerator, but they couldn't crowd it too much because of the simple fact, people, is that you still need room to get into the freezer. And you can't put food on the floor. So they have rolling racks that they roll in and they roll out because they have to order food daily, peoples, for whatever banquet. So they can't just store it. This is just only a temporary storage, peoples. This is temporary. This is just only to have food. So whenever they have their banquets or whatever, they can roll the food in and they can roll the food out, peoples. That's all this was designed for. A temporary, stationary, temporary and stationary area to where they can be able to move the food in and out, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? Do you guys finally get it now, peoples? Do you guys finally get what Edward Joseph was trying to convey to all of you for the longest time, peoples? See, this is why I do what I do, peoples. Because I tried to educate the masses. I tried to. Okay. There it is right there, peoples. And there she is. There's her body right there. There's the ice cubes inside of a real freezer. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. The freezer was on. The light, it says on. So in order to get into the freezer, peoples, one has to open up the door and one has to flick the light switch on in order to see. Without the light switch on, peoples, you won't be able to see. And that is significant because if anybody goes in there, they are in pitch black. They're in total darkness. But in order to see in there, you have to manually switch the light switch on. And the light switch was on, and this was going to indicate that the light was on. That's significant, peoples. And then, as you can see, the freezer was on. See that? Now, look at Kenneka's body, peoples. Look at the specks that is picked up from the ground of the freezer. See, little specks that is on her leg right here. And see these little tiny specks? It matches the same as from the freezer floor. That's how she got specks on there, because she was lying on her side, peoples. See that? See all that dirt lying on her side? Her calf was lying in this little pool of water. Look at the shin of her feet, peoples. It is fresh and it's vibrant. If she was in there for any period of time, over 5 to 8 hours and stuff, this blood wouldn't have been looking fresh. It would have coagulated. It would have dried up, and it would have a light type of scale on it. But it's fresh. This is fresh blood that is protruding out the shin of her feet. Fresh. Look at her feet, still has color. Look at the bottom of her feet, still has color. When they took these pictures, people, Kenneka Jenkins no longer had died. So that is indicative and indication that they already knew that Kenneka was dead. And they wanted to get a head up on the narrative And so that's why they went on and took the pictures. But see, again, people, that's where they messed up. That's where they messed up. Because they took the pictures preemptively without even thinking. Now people's look right here. Look where the ice is. And I want you to see something right here. Let's look at this picture. And then I'm going to go back and I'm going to show you the other picture where the ice was. So let's go back right here, peoples. So what picture is this? This is picture number 33. So we're at 33 right here. So let's go back right here. Now, look at the two pictures, peoples. See? Look at the angle. So look at the angle, peoples. Look at the angle of the pictures. See, you see that, right? Look at the angle of the pictures, peoples, right here. See that? It is the same picture, but it's a different angle. It makes it looks like the ice has been moved, but the ice has never been moved. It is the same picture, but a different angle, because now we can see more of the ice, but we only can see less of the ice. But it's the same picture, peoples. Because you can see the same part of the door handle right here, same part of the door handle right there. You see that, right? The same little thing that's up on her toe is the same little thing that's up on her toe right there. Same distance from her toe to the ice, same distance from her toe to the ice. So when people say, oh, well, the body was all moved around and everything like that, no, peoples, no to the no. They just took different angles of the pictures, peoples. And different angles will give you a different perspective as to what you're looking at, but it's the same pose. It's the same pose. It's the same of her lying in the freezer. The same pose, peoples. Her lying in the freezer. Peoples. Okay. Y'all see that, right? Same pose. Different angle. There it is right there. People's in your face. Okay. Y'all see that, right? All right. And then this is a different angle right here, peoples. The same pose, different angle. See that? This is on the outside and this is on the inside. And then look at her feet, peoples. See that? You see that, right, peoples? You see that, right? And then look at the ice. The ice is in the background, peoples. A big chunk of ice. But there's the ice right by her toe, peoples. Inside of the freezer. There it is right there, peoples. It's in your face. Kenneka Jenkins was inside of the freezer. And then look at her pants. You can see the specks of the ground from the freezer floor on her pants. And then look at her foot, peoples. Look at what the people call plasma. Plasma is blood. The blood is fresh. The blood is protruding from the shin of her feet. It's fresh. had she been in the freezer for 5 more hours or whatever, it wouldn't have been looking like this. And she's supposed to be frozen solid. A frozen solid body wouldn't be looking like this. It would be gray ashen. See, look at this area right here of her feet, peoples. See, her whole body would have been looking like this color right here, gray ashen. And see, it's already started. Rigor mortis has already started because this area was more exposed than anything. Do you see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying, peoples? Look at the top of her toe, and look at this area right here, and look at this area on her toe. It's already starting. You see that, peoples? It's already starting. See that? It's on her leg right there. See that? It's on her leg. Evidence is in your face, peoples. And see, look, you say, oh no, it's just the grout. No, because her toe is going across the grout. You see the long line of the grout? The grout goes right there, goes under her toe and goes across. Her toe goes across the grout. And this grout goes in this direction, in this long line, and comes straight down there. But look at her toe, peoples. It's already starting from right here all the way on the top of her toe right there. See that? On the top of her toe. Decomposition, peoples. See that? And so you ask, well, why is it turning like that? Because it was cold. The moisture on her feet is turning just like the moisture right here on the ground. You see that? See how that's turning frosted like that? See how that's turning frosted like that? See how this little bit turned frosted like that? And it's the same color as to right here on her foot. See that? The same color. It was cold. The freezer was cold. Peoples, it was cold. You can clearly see that this part is exposed. And the reason why it's like that, because when you open up the door and the heat comes out, the cold comes out and the heat comes in, it makes that little frosted like look. And that's why by the door, this is why you only see this frosted type of look. You see that? Look at the frost right here. 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 Look at the frost on her foot. It only happens by the door. See that? Only happens by the door. But you don't see it all everywhere else, peoples. Because it wasn't water all everywhere else. You can clearly see it where the water has been. Peoples. You see that? And then look right here, peoples. This is the most insulting thing. They put a dime under her foot. See the dime right there, peoples? That's a dime. And you see the dime right there, peoples? That's a dime. And if you ever heard that expression, when people put a dime around a person's body, what they're indicating is that's a dime piece. You know, they're calling them something, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? Why couldn't it have been any other place? Why was it had to be at the foot of her feet? You got Dimes that walks up and down the street on Broadway and all of these other places. That's what they call a dime piece. And then you got twins right here. A dime, a dime. That's what they call a 20 piece. That's what they call a double dime. Boy, you guys will get it at some point. Okay. There's her body right there, peoples. There's a body right there. And then you see right there, that's the ice scooper. Now we got another look at the back of her jacket, and now we can clearly see what her clothing looks like, peoples. Why would she go ahead and take off her black scrunchie and put it under her butt? That doesn't make no sense, peoples. And then why would she go ahead and take off her panties? Because see how the panties is? The panties was put back on, but you can see the tag is flipped outside. You see that, right? And the panties is almost at the crack of her tail. See that? Somebody redressed her. Why would they strip her butt naked and then they go ahead and redress her? Because she's been redressed, peoples. You can clearly see that she's been redressed. And her head is in the corner, straight in the corner, as you can see. See, look at that, peoples. Head is straight in the corner. And then look right here. Look at this part of the body right here. Again. See, look at all of the other parts of the body and stuff, but then look at this part right here. See this part right here and see how it's turning colors right here. See, all of this is red, but then this is kind of turning gray. See that? Same as her foot. It's where the moisture on her body is. See that, peoples? Y'all can see that, right? Look at her head. She is laid down in a corner. And then look right there. What do you see? See a long chunk of ice right there. And that long chunk of ice is the very ice that came straight down here by her foot. Because that ice broke off and it landed right there. And now you can see they moved the body because remember, the ice was at the tip of her foot, but now the ice is over her foot, as you can see. You see that, peoples, right? So they moved the body. And now look at her feet right here. You see that? See how it's frosted right there? And you see how it's frosted right there? See that? And it's the same thing is happening right here on her body. It's beginning to start right there. And that's all because look where she's positioned. The wind comes in and boom. This is not getting frosted because this is protected. So where's the frost is going to happen? The wind is going to come in and it's going to come into certain areas. And so that's where you begin to see right here. It's like a mountain with a valley because this is the mountain. This is the valley. It gets cold in the valley. This is kind of like the valley on her body right here because this is higher up and then this is kind of lower level. And then you have the jacket that's kind of like keeping all of this area warm. So the warmthness comes from here. The warmthness comes from here. And because it's the valley, look what's happening right here. Starting off right here in this area, and it's protruding on up. See that? See that? See, just right in this little spot right here. See that? And then here it is, burnt plastic. See that? Burnt plastic, peoples. And then I want you to notice another thing. Look at the specks upon, here's the specks right here. This comes from the ground, from the freezer ground. Right here, there's the little specks right there. And we've seen all little specks all over her body. Because there's the specks right there, all over her body. See that? Bing, 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 bing. Y'all see that, right? There it is right there. And then look right here, peoples. It's already, because it's cold. Look right here. You see how it's starting to form the line and this crystallization right here? That's why they said, oh, she's frozen solid. But she wasn't frozen solid, people. That's just condensation. That's just cold air mixing with warm, because the body was warm. It's cold in the refrigerator. I mean, it's cold in the freezer, and that cold is seeping out, and the warm is coming in, and it's causing condensation, peoples. And certain parts of the body, it starts to change like that, as you can see. Right here and right here on her toes. And that is closest to the door. And then there you have the ice cube, which all of that coolness from the ice is evaporating straight up right here. See that? A little ice cube. So as the wind blows in, the coldness of that is going straight up her toe, her foot. And then you can clearly see right here. And then you can clearly see right here. See that? The same phenomenon that's happening. You don't see it no otherwhere else. See, because when you get further out back into the freezer, you don't have that phenomenon. You don't have that type of look. See that? See, it's ice all by her arms and stuff. See that? So you don't see that same type of phenomenon that's happening by her foot, as you can see right here in this area where the water was. You see that, right? Clearly see that, crystal clear in your face, peoples. You don't see the same phenomenon as this right here, all over her body. It's not all back here. It's just only happening right here, peoples. Which is kind of like a little valley on her body. See that? And then there's that dime. Okay, y'all see that, right? There's the dime under her foot. And then there's the other dime that was on the other side over here by her foot. So what, Kenneka was a 30 piece? Because we seen 3 dimes in there. I said, Kenneka, was she a 30 piece? Because we see 3 dimes in the freezer, peoples. Why would 3 dimes be in Kenneka's pocket? And see, there's the black plastic that's mixed with the stuff that is on the floor. That little piece right there is black plastic. And that little stuff right there ain't nothing but the pieces to the floor of the freezer, because you can see it right there, and you can see it right there in the grout. See little specks right there. And that is the same thing that is embedded in on the back of her pants, peoples. A lot of people say, oh, well, she was in the dumpster. No, people, she was never in no dumpster. This was black plastic that was burnt, because you can see the black plastic right there, and you can see the black plastic right there. You see that, right? And then you can see the black plastic right there. Okay. Y'all see that, right? Okay. Now, this is a more crystal clear shot. So if if they turn her body over, this part is going to hit that part right there. And there's the burnt black plastic right there. And you roll the body over from there to there. Bingo. Here, let me do a little diagram right here. So let's go get my markup. Get my little thing right here. Get that. And then let's circle this. Let's circle this. And then let's draw a line from that to that. Bingo. Let's save it. I'm going to save a copy into my downloads. All right, let's go back. Let's go and revert back to that. Okay, now let's go to my downloads and let's call up that picture. Bingo to the bingo. There it is right there. Now, when we look at it, peoples, if they was to roll her body over, you will clearly see that this will land right there upon that piece right there, which is the black plastic, the burnt plastic, people. Clear as daylight, in your face, peoples. Unequivocal and undeniable, peoples. There it is right there in your face. And then here's all the other pieces of the black plastic right here, mixed with water. Yeah, see that, right? Look at all of the ice and stuff that's in the freezer. So if the freezer wasn't on, then ice couldn't have been in the freezer. But we know that the freezer was on. You see that, right? Okay. And then look, her head is literally tucked in the corner of the freezer. So do you think that she just walked herself in the freezer, kicked off her shoes, undressed herself, and then laid herself in a corner of a freezer? Because that's the way that she was found, people, in a corner of a freezer, as you can see. The pictures don't lie. There it is right there. She's in the corner of a freezer. Let's go back to the pictures, peoples. Okay. See, right here. There it is, right there. Roll over, bingo, right there. Black plastic on her pants, peoples. Now, in this shot, we can see even more of her jacket and how her jacket is tapered down at the bottom of the jacket. You see that, right? And the little laser cuts from what the designers does for her jacket. Okay. A real girl in a real freezer, peoples. Now, look. Now, look what happened, peoples. The ice melted under her toe. And look, the ice has taken the shape and form of the other ice that was under her toe. Remember that, right? Let's look at that. There's the ice, and now the ice had melted under her toe. So it takes time for ice to melt, and then it takes time for ice to freeze back up. So that means, peoples, that they've been down here for quite some time. Because ice is just not going to melt just that quick. Not this solid piece of ice. So that means that they were down there for quite some time. So while all of the other stuff that was supposed to have been going on in the establishment, they've been down here taking pictures. But they took the pictures days before, peoples. Do you see what I'm saying? They've been down here staging all of the scene and making sure that they had everything. So then when they come to present her body, well, then peoples, they already had a plan in place. Because again, the evidence doesn't lie. The evidence doesn't lie, peoples. See, peoples, there it is right there. So when you want to listen to all of these other YouTubers and Facebookers and stuff, tell them to go ahead and tell them to watch this live and tell them to get a greater understanding as to what Edward Joseph is trying to convey, because they won't listen to you because they know it all, but they can't explain it, but they know it all. Peoples, the ice is right there and the ice melted under her toe. This is at her toe. This is at the tip of her toe. This is under her toe. They moved the body. They moved the body. Remember in the case files, when the medical examiner said, do not move the body, right? Do not move the body. But what they did was they moved the body. When the medical examiners explicitly told them, do not move the body. But they moved the body, peoples. They moved the body. Because as you can see, peoples, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out, the ice is before her toe and the ice is underneath her toe. The ice was solid. Now the ice has melted. Peoples, logic tells you that they were there for some time taking pictures of the body. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out, peoples. It doesn't take a narrative of a YouTuber to try to explain you what science says. This is science, peoples. This is science 101. You have a solid ice cube, and then the ice cube melted. So if something cold hits something hot, well, then the thing that is cold is going to get warmer. And if it's ice, it's going to melt. Science 101, peoples. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. If you are outside in the frigid cold somewhere in Chicago, you need to get into a house to get a warm jacket, a scarf, a knit hat, some gloves on to warm yourself up. Nobody is going to walk out butt naked in the frigid cold, peoples. The evidence is right there in your face. What more do I need to explain to you that Kenneka Jenkins was inside of the freezer at the Crown Plaza Hotel and not at the Marriott, as some YouTubers proclaim? There it is right there, peoples. It's in your face. Unless you believe this is not Kenneka, well, then if it's not Kenneka, then who in the hell is it? And if it's not Kenneka, well, then who or where is Kenneka? Because why would they put some other girl in the freezer and say that this is Kenneka? And why would they say that this is a makeshift freezer when people, you can clearly see this is a real freezer? But it just happens to be up on the upper level and not the lower level as they proclaim, peoples. I said bingo to the bingo, peoples. Okay, so peoples, you heard what Andrew Holmes had said. Andrew Holmes had said she was down there. Everything was referencing the lower level. But this girl of the name of Kenneka Jenkins was found in the upper level, peoples. You cannot get from the lower level to the upper level within 4 minutes time unless you do one or two things. You take the freight elevator or the stairs. She had no access to the freight elevator. And even if she did have access to the freight elevator, what is the chances of her just taking one floor up, walking out the elevator, walking into the kitchen, and walking directly into a freezer? Why would she do that, peoples? I just want I want the critical thinkers to just ponder that for one moment. What are the chances of an alleviated girl, which they stated that she was, get off a freight elevator, if that be the case, walk herself into the kitchen, directly into the trajectory of a freezer, open one door and then the other door, walk herself in and allow the door to close up on her and lay down and take off her clothes and her shoes, lay in a corner and die? Why would Kenneka do that, peoples? Why? It doesn't make sense, right? Well, I'm glad that you said that it doesn't make sense, because it doesn't make no sense. But yet many of you believe that madness. Even when the evidence is literally in your face, you all still believe that madness, which is what I really don't understand for the likes of me, peoples. Okay. Now we go here, peoples. Now we go to the details, peoples. Because what did Edward Joseph say? Edward Joseph had said that the devil is in the details, right? So I've shown you what Andrew Holmes had said. He said that it was hot as hell in the freezer. He said that he saw the video footage and that Kenneka walked herself into that freezer and nobody was behind her. We saw what TM had said, and TM had said, ain't nobody touched my baby. Ain't nobody touched her, y'all. My effing daughter is dead. And for the book and for the record, ain't nobody touched her, y'all. She was found in the freezer, but she was left at a party. But like Moni Stack said, out of 11 minutes, she has come to the conclusion that Kenneka Jenkins walked herself into a freezer and laid down and died. And then a day or two later, she comes and tells us the establishment, them bastards killed my child. Well, which is it, TM? Did Kenneka walk herself into the freezer and lay down and die? Or did them bastards kill your child? Because if them bastards kill your child, well, then I want to know who is the bastards that killed your child. Because if the bastards killed your child, well, then Andrew Holmes is lying about what he had said, that Kenneka Jenkins walked herself into the freezer and laid down and died. So are you both lying? Because you ain't crying and I ain't buying. You cannot sell that nefarious madness to me. You cannot sell that nefarious madness to me, to you. So, peoples, the devil is in the details. Now, let me show you, peoples, the details. Can I show you the details, peoples? Is that all right? Would you guys sit back, relax, and look at the details, peoples? Would you? I'm going to show you the details, peoples. Let me show you the details, peoples. Let me share my screen. All right, people, here's the details right here. Let's go back, peoples. We're going to go all the way back right here. So what is this? Report 1. What is this? Report 2. We're going to start off with report 2, peoples. And report 2 clearly says and shows people right here. Boy, I wish this thing can talk on its own. I wish it could. Wish this thing can talk on its own. Let me see. It's got to be something to where it will allow it to talk. Okay, let me take a look and see here. Well, where is the talking thing? Okay, I'm not going to try to figure it out now, peoples, but I am going to figure it out. But I've already talked about this on yesterday, but I'm getting ready to prove my point today. Is that all right, peoples? Okay. So let me go with this again, peoples. But for all of the people who didn't see my live the other day, this is Rosemont Public Safety Police Department. Report number 2. It says on 9/9/2017 at approximately 29 hours, I was dispatched to the Crown Plaza for a report of a woman knocking on guest doors looking for her sister. So we can already assume that this is Lenore, because the sister, and the only sister that we know of that was at the Crown Plaza, was Lenore. It says, upon arrival, PSOB, and I spoke with the female, blank, had advised she was at the hotel looking for her sister, Kenneka Jenkins. She stated her sister was at the hotel in room 926 the previous night for a party. She said her friends came home early in the morning and advised her sister was last seen in the hallway on the 9th floor when they went back to get her keys and her phone. Blank said her friends told Jenkins waited outside in the hallway, and when they came back out, she was gone. Blank said Jenkins did not have her phone because she left it in the hotel room. Blank advised her friends last saw Jenkins in the hallway on the 9th floor around 2:30 in the morning. Okay, so from 1:15 of Kenneka walking into the establishment to at 2:30 in the morning. 2:30 in the morning, they said that they left Kenneka out in the hallway. Okay, so that was just pretty much an hour and 15 minutes, people, that Kenneka was at the establishment and she was left in the hallway. So within an hour and 15 minutes time, peoples, how could Kenneka be in TY's live and Irene's live within an hour and a half? No, hour and 15 minutes. Because 1:15 to 2:30 is an hour and 15 minutes. Because 1:30 to 2:30 is an hour, and then you add on the 15 minutes. Or we rounded out to 15 minutes because it was actually 1:13. So people, help me to make this make sense. See, I can't make it up. So when you guys want to give your narrative and say all of this and this and that and this and that happened, well, then again, my question is, get Kenneka's out of Irene's live. How could Kenneka be in Irene's live and TY's live and then up on the 11th floor, and all you got to work with is an hour and 15 minutes before Kenneka was left in the hallway? There's your timeline right there. Make it happen. It's in the case files. You said reference the case files. I am referencing the case files. It ain't what Edward Joseph said. It's what they said. And they said that Kenneka came in at 1:13 and at 2:30, she is left in the hallway by herself for her to wander the halls of that establishment. 1 hour and 15 minutes. Kenneka had to drink. She had to lay down on the bed. When Irene's sister said she was laying by me, she was laying by me. She had to be in TY's live. Everybody had to leave the live to come back to another live, because remember, Irene went live and then TY went live. Or did TY go live? Or was it just a recording that TY did? Which that's what it was, just only a recording, peoples. TY never went live. And guess what, peoples? Irene never went live either. Oh my God, Edward Joseph, what are you saying? That's the mistake that the people have been making forever and a day, because everybody calls it TY's live and Irene's live, but you never seen anything of commentary scrolling across any type of screen whatsoever. Irene recorded herself just as TY recorded himself. Bingo to the bingo peoples. They never went live. They recorded themselves. Just like Shemaya recorded herself with her and Kenneka and Monifa in the bathroom. It was never a live. It was a recording. And that's how they got to play this little game with everybody. Because everybody calls it TY's live and Irene's live. So when you add the live to it, everybody thinks that it was a actual live, that they went on YouTube and Facebook. No, peoples, it wasn't a live. It was a recording. I'm live. And because I'm live, right over here, peoples, you can see the commentary of the people while I am live. And I can even post it right here in a thing. Let me do it like this, people. So let me do it like this. Let me switch this up a little bit. So if I wanted to, people, I can put the chat room right here as an overlay. Let me put the chat as an overlay, peoples, so you can clearly see the chat. Now, how do I do that? I know I did it beforehand. They allowed you to do it. Okay, so that's not it. It's a way that you can do it. Let me look. Because you can put the chat right there. Okay, that's the notes. That's the people. That's the private chat. That's the banner. That's the comments. Okay, it says right here, show comments on stage. Now see, there it is. The comments is on stage. So when the people talk, any new comment that comes up will show up on the screen right here. It's on stage, people. There it is right there. See that? So let me put it in big and see, there it is right there. It's in big. So I'm live. So when the people chat, then everything that they say will show up right here. I'm live. We never seen that in TY's live or Irene's live. So I don't even know why they call it TY's live or Irene's live, because it wasn't TY's live or Irene's live. It was TY's recording and Irene's recording. It wasn't nothing but a recording, peoples. It wasn't nothing live about it. And that's how they duped the people into thinking that they were there and Kenneka was there at the establishment with them at the time on the night when she never was. She was there days before, peoples. That's why you never seen the real Kenneka in TY's recording, not live, peoples. That's why you never seen Kenneka in TY's recording. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And that's why you're seeing Kenneka in Irene's recording, but you never seen Kenneka in TY's recording. Now, peoples, this is Kenneka Jenkins actually at the establishment in Shemaya's Snapchat at the Crown Plaza, because they're going to even mention that in the case files that I'm about to read to you. But before we do that, people, so let's go back here. And let's go back to the video with Shemaya and Kenneka and Monifa inside the Crown Plaza. Peoples. Let me share my screen, peoples. I'm gonna share it this way. Yeah, hold on. Let me go to the video so I can see exactly which one it is. Okay, debunking the nefarious. So let me share that screen. The debunking the nefarious. There it is right there. Now, people's Kenneka Jenkins, Shemaya, and Monifa in Shemaya's Snapchat. Let's look, peoples. Let's go.
I love you, Lord, for your mercies never fail me. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. 'Cause all my life you have been faithful. And all my life you I love you, Lord, for your mercies never failed me. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. 'Cause all my life you have been faithful. And all my life you
And peoples, as you can see for yourself, there is Kenneka Jenkins, Shemaya, and Monifa in a bathroom at the Crown Plaza Hotel. And that was a recording of what Shemaya had did, peoples. A recording. A recording. Y'all see that, right? Clear as daylight in your face, peoples. Clear as daylight in your face. And that is indicative of the fact that Kenneka Jenkins was at the Crown Plaza Hotel with Shemaya and Monifa in the bathroom of the Crown Plaza. Not at the Doubletree, not at the Marriott, not at Schiller's Park, but at the Crown Plaza peoples. Okay? That is unequivocal and undeniable proof. Now, if you guys still don't believe that that's not Kenneka Jenkins, well, then I don't know what to tell you. I think you need to go to lens crafters and get your eyes checked, peoples. Are you just straight up in denial and you don't want to admit that you're wrong? But either way, it's fine with me, peoples, because at the end of the day, you can't debunk me. So why should I even be concerned about what you think or how you feel? That doesn't bother me, peoples. Now, peoples, this is the narrative of what they said. Because remember, it was always stated that Kenneka Jenkins was found in the rear by the dock area. And where was the freezer found, peoples? In the rear by the dock area. And the dock area is on the main level and not the lower level. So when Andrew Holmes had said baby girl walked herself into a freezer on the lower level, Well, was it Kenneka? Was it? Because the thing is, if Kenneka walked into a freezer on the lower level, well, then the question is, how did she get to the upper level peoples? Can anybody explain that? Kenneka Jenkins, as it was stated, was found in the rear by the dock area.
Oh, yeah.
Was Kenneka Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, peoples? Chat.
That's what they said from the beginning.
From the Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kenneka Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But peoples, what did I say? I said we are truth fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area. Was Kenneka Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, peoples? Chat.
That's what they said from the beginning.
From the Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kenneka Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But peoples, what did I say? I said we are truth fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area. They didn't find Kenneka Jenkins in the freezer. They found Kenneka Jenkins in the rear by the dock area. They found Kenneka Jenkins in the rear by the dock area, peoples. That is what they said. I said that is what they said, peoples. And so, peoples, we're going to go further, peoples. We're going to go further because we're going to look at and listen to that of what they said. It's not what Edward Joseph said, it's what they said. Okay? It's what they said. And so let's go further, peoples, and listen to what they said, peoples. It says, peoples, that she said her friends came home early in the morning and advised her sister was last seen in the hallway on the 9th floor. When they went back to get her keys and her phone, Blank said her friends told her Jenkins waited outside in the hallway and they came back out, she was gone. Blank said Kenneka did not have her phone because she left it in the hotel room. Blank advised her friends last saw Jenkins in the hallway on the 9th floor around 2:30. Blank advised she had spoken with an officer already earlier in the day to report her sister missing. Get a load of that, peoples. Did you just hear what I just read, peoples? You're missing everything that I just read, peoples. You're missing it. You missed it, peoples. Did you hear what I just read, peoples? Let me read that again, right there. Right there. Let me read that again. Blank said Jenkins did not have her phone because she left it in the hotel room. Blank advised her friends last saw Jenkins in the hallway on the 9th floor around 2:30 in the morning. Blank advised he had spoken with an officer already earlier in the day to report her sister missing. Peoples, did you hear what I just read? Lenora had advised he had spoken with an officer already earlier in the day. Lenora, Kenneka Jenkins' sister, had advised the officer. She had spoken with an officer already earlier in the day to report her sister missing. So remember, peoples, this was supposed to have happened on September the 9th, right? It was supposed to have happened on September the 9th, but Lenora had already spoken to an officer earlier in the day. But what day? Because it wasn't on September the 9th. Peoples, it wasn't on September the 9th when Lenore made the first missing persons report. That's the bingo to the bingo, peoples. Peoples, I got the video of when Lenore had went live. Lenore had made a post, and Lenore stated in the post that Crown Plaza is going to suffer mightily because they're playing games and her sister was missing. But that post was dated on September the 8th. And she said, tomorrow we're going to go out and protest, which would have been September the 9th. Oh my God, people, you guys are not listening to me. I've already proven and I've already shown you what Lenora had said. I got to go back because I just didn't play it not too long ago. I'm gonna find that post. I got it in my archives, so I'm gonna look at my archives and stuff. But I got it on the video. But I got it on my Facebook page, and I'm gonna show you the post that Lenora had made, peoples. Which goes back to show you. We're going to come back to this right here, peoples. But we're going to go and we're going to take a look at the family statement, because the family statement literally says it all right there, peoples. Bingo to the bingo to the bingo, peoples. Let's go back to the family statement, because now we're going to put everything in perspective here, peoples. See, now what you guys were saying, oh, well, Kenneka was over here and over there at such and such a time. What, peoples, that's not what the case file said. It's not what the case file said. So you can save your madness, because the thing is, the case file said that she was in the hallway by the 9th floor at 2:30 in the morning. That's what it said. I said, that's what it said, peoples. I've shown you what the case file said. And so if we're going to reference the case files, peoples, that is what the case file said. It ain't whatever Joseph made up. It's what the case file said. So don't get mad at me, because I'm showing you what the case file said. And this is what the case file said, peoples, right here. It says, family statement regarding the tragic death of 19-year-old Kenneka Jenkins at the Crown Plaza Hotel. Not at the Schiller's Park. Not at the west side of Chicago. Not at the Marriott. Not at the Doubletree. Not at Irene's home. It was at the Crown Plaza. Everything that's documented in this particular case, peoples, is documenting Kenneka Jenkins at the Crown Plaza Hotel. That's what it says, right? Okay, it says what right here? It says serious questions remain regarding what happened to Kenneka Jenkins at the Crown Plaza Hotel on September the 9th, 2017. What did it say? It says Kenneka was found dead in a freezer of the Crown Plaza Hotel, not at the Marriott, not at the Doubletree, not in Schiller's Park, not on the west side of Chicago, not at Teresa Martin's house, at the Crown Plaza Hotel, not at Resurrection Hospital, not at the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office. It was at the Crown Plaza Hotel more than 36 hours after her family reported her missing and told hotel staff she was somewhere on their premises. The key right there is more than 36 hours. 36 hours is a day and a half. More than 36 hours is more than a day and a half. Kenneka was found dead in a freezer of the Crown Plaza more than 36 hours after. It wasn't no 36 hours after they found her, peoples, that they made a missing persons report. Because if she was found up on September the 10th, well, Lenore didn't make no missing persons report after September the 10th. Because it wasn't even 36 hours from the time to when Kenneka came up missing to Kenneka got found. Because if Kenneka came up missing on September the 9th and she was found later on the morning of September the 10th, that's not more than 36 hours, peoples. It's certainly not more than 36 hours. So how could Lenore make a missing persons report and the 36 hours hasn't even elapsed yet, unless Kenneka was missing well before the 9th? Kenneka had to be missing well before the night, peoples, in order for it to be more than 36 hours, right? Okay, let's stop right there. Let's hold on to that. We're going to go back to this right here, peoples. You heard what the family statement said, right? You heard what I said in the case files, right? Now, let's go back to see what Jeffrey Feiger had to say, peoples. This is what Jeffrey Feiger had to say about Kenneka, peoples. Is it making sense now, peoples? I mean, is it making perfect sense now? Because see, I didn't draw this timeline. They did it. They told you. They're telling you through the case files the time to when Kenneka was supposed to have been walking the halls of that establishment. And if that be the case, peoples will then help me to make that make sense. Because 1 hour and 15 minutes after this girl get to the establishment, now she goes missing. Really, peoples? Okay, so Jeffrey Feiger, Kenneka Jenkins case. All right. Let's take a look at some of these other ones, peoples. Okay, so I think that that is the only video that we have because none of the other news things is showing the video. So let's go back. So that is the only video that has ever been made, is this one right here by Ethnic Radio. All right, so we're going to go back. Now let's listen to what Jeffrey Fiker had to say. I'm not going to play the whole video. I'm just going to play a little snippet. Okay, so we're going to do this just like I did the other one. I'm going to see if I can just tone down that music and stuff. So let me do this. I'm going to copy this. And we're going to go here. We're going to see if we can take out the background noise from that as well, because I want to hear all of that music and stuff. So I'm wondering if I still got the sound thing up. Nope, I closed that. So let's close up some of this and let's go back to the audio thing. Oh. Yep. Okay. I forgot. I need to go ahead and open this up so I can download it. So let me download it. Then we're going to put it in there. So let's download it. I know I got this many times over. I got it again. I don't feel like looking for it. So download it again. And I'm going to go through. I'm going to delete all of the duplicates and stuff. But just for the sake of time, download again. We're going to put it in our editing software. See if we can drown out that background noise. Okay, so what is it? Okay. Let me see. All right, I don't want none of these. So let me just go back to, I want the sound. I don't want anything other than the sound. Okay. Just edit clips. Okay, so we're gonna do new. Great. We're going to put that clip in there, Jeffrey Figer right here. And then there's the other one we did. We're going to put that in there. All right, so then we're going to go back and we're going to do edit and we're going to do background. Edit audio, boost, fade, trim, adjust. Okay, and then this one right here. Noise reduction. I think that's what we did the last time. So let's do noise reduction. Okay, we're going to apply that. So that should tone down some of that music that's in the background. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to do the speech. Okay, I'm not ready to export it yet. And then we're going to do the speech enhancement. So I'm going to make sure that we get what he's saying enhanced. All right, down. Now we're going to export it and then we'll see what we got. Okay, so we're going to export the file, the video. Okay, we're going to export it to our let's export it to our, not going to export it here, export it to our download. All right, I'm going to save it there and export. And it's exporting. Okay, then we'll see what it's like. So the music shouldn't overshadow the video. And let's see what we got, peoples. Okay, it's taking its little time and things. Wow, we got a house full. I'm glad that you guys are all here. Thank you so much. And you guys hit that like button. That is a beautiful thing. Yeah, that's showing your love and stuff. I think I greatly appreciate each and every one of you for what you're doing. I didn't have to come in here and complain about anything and stuff. You guys are taking care of me, and I greatly appreciate that. Y'all don't know what that means. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, peoples, for coming on in and supporting this channel. All right, peoples. Let's go back and let's take a look at what we got. Okay, let's go to our downloads. And let's take a look here.
Who were involved in the tragic death of Kenneka Jenkins on September the 9th, 2017. The facts and circumstances.
It worked very well. Oh my God, it worked very well. I love it. I love it. That's what I'm talking about, people. So here, let me go ahead and let me delete the other one that I had downloaded. Let me delete this one, and we're going to replace this one with the one that we got. Okay, so yeah, I already know. So let me close this up. Oh, first, let me figure out where this is. I got all of these things open. So, okay, so this is in my download. So let me close that up. Let me delete this. All right, so what else is open? Oh, this right here. So we got to close this up. Yep, save it in there. Let me see, -1. Okay, now I can delete it. Okay, we're going to close you up and we're going to delete you. Okay, make sure that we got you deleted. Yep. We're going to keep that open. We're going to go back to our downloads. And we're going to move that over here into there. Okay, that's cool. Now let me see something. Let me close up some of these downloads. So we got so many open. Okay. All right, so we got all of this open. Cool. And we got the download right there. All right, let me go back to the file where that was. So we're going to delete that. We're going to open that up to where we go back to the file. And there we go right there. So let's call that up. We're going to pause that for a moment and we're going to close out all of this other stuff behind. All right. Okay, now, good. Without all of the background noise and everything, let's listen into what Jeffrey Feiger had to say.
Who were involved in the tragic death of Kenneka Jenkins on September the 9th, 2017. The facts and circumstances regarding Kenneka's death are not entirely clear. That's primarily because there have been no adequate answers given for why or how Kenneka was not identified or found wandering in the Crown Plaza Hotel on the early morning hours of September 9th. Why and how, although video surveillance cameras clearly indicate that Kenneka was wandering into an area under construction that had a operating walk-in freezer and cooler, and why and how, in spite of the fact that Kenneka's family and friends were at the hotel from the moment she disappeared until the moment her body was found, almost a full day later, more than a full day later.
Almost a full day later, more than a full day later. Almost a full day later, more than a full day later. What did the case file says, peoples? The case file says that Kenneka was missing more than 36 hours after the family made a missing persons report. Jeffrey Feiger just told you Kenneka was missing more than a day later, meaning more than 36 hours. Because that's what the family statement said, right? That the family had made a missing persons report more than 36 hours after. Let's go back to the case files, peoples. I can't make this up. The evidence is in your face right there, because that's what the family statement said. The family statement clearly said this, peoples, right here. The family statement clearly said, peoples, Kenneka was found dead in a freezer of the Crown Plaza Hotel more than 36 hours after her family made a missing persons report and told hotel staff she was somewhere on their premises. That's what the family statement said, right? Jeffrey Feiger just told you that Kenneka was missing more than a day. More than a day, 24 hours is in a day. More than a day you can pretty much do your own summation. It's more than 24 hours. But we can assume, based upon what the family statement was, that he is saying that Kenneka was missing more than 36 hours. There it is right there, peoples. There it is right there. It's in your face. What more do you need to know, peoples? It is in your face. Now, let's go back to the case files, peoples. Let's go back to the case files. This is what Lenore said. Lenore had said, and it's right here, peoples. It says, Lenore said Jenkins did not have her phone because she left it in the hotel room. Lenore advised her friends last saw Jenkins in the hallway on the 9th floor around 2:30 in the morning. Lenore advised she had spoken with an officer already earlier in the day to report her sister missing. Well, she didn't report her on September the 9th, earlier in the day, peoples. It says, see the original report for the incident for further information. The original report. The original report. That's important, peoples. Where is the original report? That clearly shows and tells you all of what Lenore's actions was. Because this is not the original report. Because the original report shows you and tells you, and it coincides with the family statement that Kenneka Jenkins was missing more than 36 hours after Lenore made the missing persons report. Is it becoming crystal clear to you now, peoples? Is it? So when you want to tell me that Kenneka was at the establishment on the 9th, well, how could that be? How, peoples? How could it be when they clearly told you and they're clearly showing you, and Jeffrey Feiger had already told you there was no video that identified Kenneka Jenkins wandering the halls of that establishment on the morning of September the 9th. That's what he said. You just heard what he said. He said, despite the fact that Kenneka's family was there at the time to when she came up missing to at the time that she was found, Kenneka was not found wandering the halls of that establishment on the morning of September the 9th. The evidence is right there, people. It's the evidence is in your face. And it's telling you right there. So what else do you need to know? What else do you need to know, peoples? The evidence is right there. It's telling you right there that a missing persons report was made well before the 9th. That Kenneka Jenkins was missing well before the 9th. Because you got to help me to make it make sense. How could Kenneka be in Irene's video and TY's video? Because I ain't going to call it live no more. I'm going to call it video. And then an hour and 15 minutes later, now she's stumbling in the halls of that establishment. And then being up on the 11th floor, like the lady had told TM in the lobby. Help me to make that make sense, peoples. Now, before you go and open up your mouth and want to argue and stuff, I just need you to answer my simple questions and help me to make it make sense. Until then, shh. Now, Let's look at the case files. Case file says right here, while speaking with blank, we gathered information from her and her friends who were with blank, and they said that Jenkins had arrived at the hotel at approximately 1:30 in the morning. But according to the surveillance video footage, it was 1:15. Okay. Blank said she was advised that Jenkins had entered into the main hotel lobby door. PSOL, PSOB, and I spoke with the hotel manager, blank, about the incident. We asked her if we could review the video cameras to see when Jenkins entered and exited the hotel. When we first checked the main lobby door, but did not see Jenkins enter through there at any time in the night. Blank said there was only one other door in the hotel that had video surveillance. We asked Blank to review the other entrance, which was the rear entrance. We observed Jenkins entered through the rear entrance of the hotel at 1:13 in the morning on September the 9th. We continued to review the cameras to see if Jenkins had exited at any time. We spoke with Blank again, who advised Jenkins had posted a Snapchat video around 2:17 in the morning, which appears to show her inside of a bathroom hotel. Okay, understand the 2:17. 2:17, she's supposed to be showing a Snapchat. I just showed you the Snapchat of what Shemaya had did with Kenneka and Monifa. So you mean to tell me almost 13 minutes later, Kenneka is left in the hallway of the establishment after the Snapchat video that Shemaya made with Kenneka? Because that's the only Snapchat that was made, peoples. The one that I just showed you. With Shemaya, Monifa, and Kenneka in the bathroom. So help me to make that make sense. So in the case files, it said that Shemaya made a Snapchat at 2:17. But up here, it says at 2:30. Right here, it says at 2:30. Let me go back. It says Blank said her friends told Jenkins waited outside in the hallway, and when they came back out, she was gone. Blank said Jenkins did not have her phone because she left it in the hotel room. Blank advised her friends last saw Jenkins in the hallway on the 9th floor around 2:30. So at 2:17, she is making a Snapchat video with Shemaya in the bathroom, and at 2:30, which is 13 minutes later, she is in the hallway. So peoples. So if this be the case, well then she couldn't be laying down in the room on the bed by Irene's sister saying she was laying by me. She couldn't be laying down on the bed and getting up by Monifa and taking out the room, because they just did a video Snapchat at 2:17. And at 2:30, they're all walking out of the room. How could that be, peoples? See, nobody wants to listen. Peoples, the evidence is right there in your face, and it's in the case files. And I just showed you what was in the case files. And that what they said couldn't have happened, peoples. Because remember what TM said. TM had said they gave her all conflicting stories. Well, we see the confliction right here, peoples. Because how could she be making a Snapchat video at 2:17 and then 13 minutes later, she's out in the hallway wandering the halls of that establishment? When it was stated, and that's in the case file, that Kenneka was laying on the bed and that Shemaya and Monifa had took Kenneka out the room, and then they came back in. Kenneka's missing. What do you mean Kenneka's missing? Kenneka's missing. What do you mean Kenneka's missing? You need to go find her. Kenneka's missing. Peoples, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. So when you tell me to reference the case files, I reference the case files. And I've showed you what the case file said. And the case file said two different things that the kids offline is saying. See, that's detective work right there, peoples. That's not hilarious and nefarious bullshit and madness. That's going and reading and listening and understanding what they're trying to convey to the people. And what they're trying to convey to the people and what they're telling you and what's in the case files is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different things, people. You see what I'm saying, peoples? See, I haven't even gotten to the part to where the barracks manager was asked, was the light on in the freezer? And he couldn't remember whether the light was on or off. But what did I tell you, peoples? The only time that the light can ever be on in the freezer is somebody in there came and physically turned it on. It doesn't turn on by itself. You have to physically flip the switch. And if you physically flip the switch, then that means that somebody was there at the time to when Kenneka was in that freezer. And if somebody was there at the time to when Kenneka was in that freezer, that means somebody put her in there, because they didn't put her in there in total darkness, peoples. They put her in there when the light was shining. And if the light was on when the beverage manager came back there to check up on Kenneka, do you think Kenneka knew where the light switch was on the freezer and just going to flick on the switch, open up the door and walk herself into a freezer? Boy, peoples, come on now. You kidding me if you ever think that madness. All right, peoples. I'm going to be back. I got to take a couple of hours breather, and I'm going to be back because I gave you a lot of good juicies. We're going to stop right here because it's almost the 6 o'clock hour. We're going to stop right here and let you guys digest a lot of the stuff that I did, and I'm going to be back. Got to do some things, people. So got to go eat. Got to relax for a moment. Digress, let myself down and things, and then rechannel, refocus and stuff because I'm getting hungry. But I gave you a lot of juicies that none of the other content creators has ever even thought. Do you understand what I'm saying? They never even thought, people. They never even mentioned. They never even exposed. Not like Edward Joseph. You see what I'm saying, peoples? And so, peoples, this is why God gives me eagle eyes. This is why God gives me eagle eyes, peoples. Because the Lord allows me to see things that you can't see. The Lord allows me to explain things that you can't explain. And the Lord allows me to know things that you don't even know. And that's the bingo to the bingo, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? Shout out to Moni Stacks for her commentary. Shout out to Moni Stacks for doing what she does best and things, peoples, because, Moni Stacks had literally told you the real deal. And it's just like Regina to you had said, why call the activists first instead of calling the police? Major red flag. Major red flag. And then the other major red flag was he walked her steps. How did he know to walk the same steps if it was a depiction? People, you guys need to learn to listen. And when you listen, you will learn. I told you the devil is in the details, peoples. And TM talked about that devil, but she gave you details. Kenneka Jenkins, the devil is in the details. And you see in the thumbnail right here, peoples, you see the cross is protecting Kenneka. But Kenneka rises above the devil that is in the details. You see that? At the cross where I first saw the light, and the burdens of my heart rolled away. It was there by faith I received my sight, and now I am happy all the day. It was at the cross, peoples, where Kenneka Jenkins saw the light, and the burdens of her heart rolled away. It was there by faith that she received her sight. And now she is happy all the day. Peoples, as you can see, Kenneka is growing because, as you can see, the tree, the roots is planted, but she is sprouting above, and she is speaking beyond the grave. And she's looking at the beautiful light. You see the light that's radiant from the side of the thumbnail up there, peoples? To your right, it says, at the cross, where I first saw the light, and the burdens of my heart rolled away. It was there by faith I received my sight, and now I am happy all the day. And you see, peoples, Kenneka is speaking from the grave. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, this is just part one to what's to come. We're going to do part two later on in a couple hours. I need to get me some sleep. I need to get me something to eat, peoples. So you guys be blessed and get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I will see you in a couple of hours, peoples. I greatly appreciate all of you giving your time, your attention, and your effort into this live and hitting that like button. I greatly appreciate you guys coming in and giving your commentary into the chat. So, peoples, again, if the Lord says the same, I will see you soon. Until then, peoples, God bless you all. Thank you for watching.
I wish